for this address. Keep your hands up and follow orders. This is the FBI. We have a warrant.
They handcuffed me and my wife out here. They wanted me to sit on the curb while they were carrying this out, something that I refused to do. They wanted my wife to sit on the curb out here, that she refused to do.
As I was coming out, this big old drone met me.
The only revolutionary organization that's done something here on the ground practically for African people is the one that's come under attack. Institution that offers a community radio station, a newspaper, a commercial kitchen, an Aquaba Hall rental space, and community office for our organizers. That was the building that has come under attack.
Hey, breach, what do you need? Need one. I don't know. Oh, it's all better than money. Thank you.
We will build a movement of white people that says hands off the Uhuru Movement.
They see in the African People's Socialist Party a vanguard for the struggle for the liberation of our people. They see that because not just what we do here in the United States, but because we had the temerity to do like Garvey, to do like Malcolm X, and take the struggle of black people around the world.
Uhuru, welcome back to the official broadcast of the free speech trial of the century, the U.S. government versus the Uhuru Three. My name is Stephanie Midler, and I am a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee, an organization of white people formed in 1976 by Chairman Omali Yeshitela, working under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, winning white people into principled solidarity with the African liberation movement and the struggle for reparations to African people. I am also a member of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Steering Committee, which for more than 2 years now has waged a relentless counteroffensive against the US government's attempts to silence the voice of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru Movement. We opened our broadcast with a video of the violent pre-dawn raids that were carried out by the US government through the FBI on July 29th, 2022. Raids that took place at 7 homes and offices of the African People's Socialist Party in both St. Louis, Missouri and St. Petersburg, Florida. 9 months after that violent attack, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, and 2 leaders of the party's solidarity movement, Penny Hess, chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, and Jessie Neville, chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, were indicted on bogus charges of being agents of the Russian government. We are clear that these charges are an absolute attack on free speech and the people's right to come to our own positions regarding matters of national and international policy of the US government. I am coming to you live from St. Louis, Missouri, the headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party and the home of the dynamic anti-gentrification and economic development program of the party known as the Black Power Blueprint. We will learn more about this incredible program that is under the leadership of the Deputy Chair of the African People's Socialist Party, Ona Yeshitela, this week as part of this broadcast. And in just a moment, we are going to go live to Tampa, Florida, where we have reporters from Burning Spear Media, the official news organ of the African People's Socialist Party, just feet away from the federal courthouse in Tampa, Florida. This is where the Uhuru 3 trial began last week with a packed courthouse of supporters from throughout the country. And cameras are not allowed in court. However, we have to ensure that the people are able to stay informed about what is happening in court every day. And also, we believe it is critically important to provide everyone with the real information about Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the history and the work of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru Movement. So we have initiated this daily broadcast that includes live trial updates in English, French, and Spanish, historic footage and classic presentations from Chairman Omali Yeshitela and other Uhuru Movement leaders. We are highlighting the work of the Uhuru Movement internationally, including our important work happening on the ground in Africa and Europe, and are making sure to acquaint you with the dual power economic development programs of our movement that have also come under attack by the US government. We intend to give you all the information you need to understand who Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru 3 are, to show you the history, work, and trajectory of the Uhuru Movement so that you, the people, can have the confidence to know that it is the state who is guilty of attacking the people's constitutional right to free speech, and that the Uhuru 3 are absolutely not guilty of the charges being leveled against them. We will now bring you to Tampa, Florida, where our Burning Spear Media correspondent, Sandy Forrest, will give us a live update on trial week 1. Uhuru, Sandy.
That's right, Stephanie. We are here outside of the Tampa Federal Courthouse, where on the top floor in courtroom 17, the Uhuru free speech trial of the century is about to enter its second week. So we're going to recap the first week for you. The first week of the free speech trial of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville left observers shaking their heads and asking how the government has dedicated over 30 FBI agents over the course of 3 years, conducted military raids on peaceful U.S. residents, offered a $10 million reward for information, and still has no case. With only one witness left, the prosecution has failed to present any actual knowledge or evidence of the government's baseless charges that the Uhuru 3 are secret pawns in a Russian government conspiracy to sow political discord and interfere in elections. The government has made the outlandish accusation that Omali Yeshitela, chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, as well as 2 leaders of the organization's Solidarity component, Jesse Neville and Penny Hess, were paid for and under the control of the Russian government when they took a petition to the UN charging the US with genocide, testified at UN hearings for reparations to African people, published an article opposing the ban on Russian athletes in the Olympics, ran for public office on a reparations platform, and spoke out against US-NATO proxy war using Ukraine against Russia. The Uhuru 3 have expressed these same opinions and fought for the right of Black people to vote and run candidates in elected office for over 50 years. The government's first expert witness was a professor of political science at Syracuse University. He shared his views on Russian intelligence services, but admitted that he knows nothing about the Uhuru 3 case. The prosecution's other expert witness was a counterintelligence and cybersecurity consultant and professor. The government referenced this witness's writings in their response to the Uhuru 3's motion to dismiss, arguing that the term disinformation does not refer to information that is necessarily false. Rather, the government said it refers to information that makes the government look bad. On the stand, this expert witness presented concepts from his latest book. When cross-examined, he confessed he did not have any direct knowledge of the Uhuru 3 case. A string of FBI special agents took the stand and gave tedious testimony on each of their narrowly assigned scope of duties. They described photos of possessions found in raids on the defendants' homes, such as books on a shelf and scraps of paper. They read serial numbers from computers and phones. Court observers were incredulous as one FBI special agent took the stand and began to read through the same emails and WhatsApp messages that previous witnesses had already read. An FBI digital forensics agent described how he copied and compiled data from seized documents, emails, iCloud accounts, and Facebook messages in order to create summary reports consisting of only those portions chosen for them to see by their supervisors. In other words, they combined bits of information out of context in order to fabricate a false narrative. The government claims that Chairman Omali came into the employment and control of the Russian government in 2015 when he traveled to Moscow to speak at a conference organized by the Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia, an NGO. In his opening argument, Uhuru 3 attorney Mutaki Akbar turned that story right side up. He reminded the jury that 2014 was a pivotal year for the rise of social movements in the US, protesting police violence after a string of police killings of Black people. The Uhuru Movement was a prominent voice in those protests. It received many offers of support, including from the Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia. So it was the leadership of the Uhuru Movement that attracted support from around the country and the world. It was not the orders of a Russian NGO that caused the Uhuru Movement to do the work or express the opinions it had been doing for more than 50 years. Week one of the trial proceedings also included a Russian-born FBI special agent who testified that reading the documents given to her by her supervisor convinced her that the NGO leader of the AGMR, Alexander Ionov, was an asset of Russian intelligence. Then, under cross-examination, she admitted she didn't have any direct contact with any Russian nationals and did not do any independent fact-checking of the documents she was given to read. The prosecution introduced communications from the NGO AGMR's president, Ionov, seeking to discuss Jesse Neville's 2017 campaign for St. Petersburg mayor. Under cross-examination, this FBI agent admitted that the government has no evidence that Neville ever worked with Ionov on the local electoral campaign, nor did he receive any campaign donations from any Russian. Chairman Omali has explained that while the Uhuru 3 are clearly innocent according to the law, the government hopes that the specter of Russia, 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 and black, black, black will sway the jury to rule based on prejudice rather than on facts. The Uhuru 3 are hoping that members of the jury will see through the government's fabrication and decide to preserve the U.S. Constitution's First Amendment protection of free speech and dissenting opinion. The trial continues today, Monday, September 9th, with cross-examination of the latest FBI agent, followed by one more government witness. Then the Uhuru 3 attorneys will begin their defense, and the trial may go to jury deliberations as early as later this week. The case is being heard on the 17th floor of the Tampa Federal Court. It's the largest courtroom in the courthouse. It was packed with supporters all last week who spilled into an overflow room. You can follow the case on handsoffuhuru.org.
All right, Uhuru, thank you, Sandy, for that update. All right, now we want to bring you to the African Nation Fight Song, written and composed by African People's Socialist Party member, Comrade Alikia Ngoma. Uhuru.
Patrice Lumumba's life won't be in vain. We are winning. Keep up the work in Marcus Garvey's name. We are winning. Independent and free is what we will be. We are winning. Africa will bask in our victory. We are winning. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom to organization. Socialist world, our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are winning.
Uhuru, we are winning. So before we go on to the next segment of our broadcast, I want to call on everyone who is with us today to join an important call-in campaign to the U.S. Department of Justice in support of the Uhuru 3. You can find the details about this call-in campaign on our website at handsoffuhuru.org and clicking on the green button for the call-in. And I want to just take a moment now to talk about the significance of this call-in and go through the instructions for how to carry it out. So we're going to pull up the handsoffuhuru.org website so you can see where that call-in button is to click on. Okay, you can see the green call-in button on the bottom. Participate in the international call-in campaign to defend the Uhuru 3. And when you click on that button, it's going to take you to some instruction slides that take you through each of the 5 calls that we're calling on people to make. We're going to show you those slides so you're familiar with it when you go to call. Okay, so these are phone calls to the Department of Justice for the Hands Off Uhuru campaign. The next slide gives you a little bit of instructions about the tact that we're taking for this call-in campaign. We have a strategy about how to approach these calls that we're calling on people to follow, and it's laid out there in really clear bullets. Of course, if you have any questions at all about the call-in campaign instructions, you can always email us at coalition@handsoffuhuru.org. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So this is the first call to the Department of Justice. It gives you the phone number, and it also gives you the script that you can follow that includes the case number. The case number is very important so that they know exactly what case you're referring to. Let's go to the next slide. The next one is to the White House. Again, it has the phone number and the sample script. The next slide. The next calls are to your particular senators and representatives, depending on the state and where you're located. And we have a link there. When you go to the slide itself, that link is clickable. It brings you to a site where you can look up who your representatives are. And then, you would use those phone numbers and information to connect to the office of your particular senators and representatives. Let's go to the next slide. And then we're asking for people to make follow-up calls if you can. Participating in the call-in campaign is something that people can do no matter where you are. Of course, we are calling on people if you are in the Tampa Bay area, like Sandy Forrest was saying in her update, we want to pack the courthouse this week. So if you can get to Tampa, that is priority number 1. We want to make sure that people know we are watching this case, we are engaged in this case, people care deeply about this case and its implications for free speech. So packing the courthouse is number 1. If you can't make it to Tampa, to pack the courthouse. We call on you to participate in this calling campaign from wherever you are. Okay, go ahead and close out those slides. Thank you so much for bringing those up. So again, that's at handsoffuhuru.org, and you can click on that green button. Now, if you do want to go to the courthouse and pack the courthouse, you can do that easily by going to that same website, and you can see those other links at the top where it gave you instruction for what you need to know before you go to court. There's instructions about what you can and can't wear, what you can and can't bring inside the courthouse with you, etc. So definitely make sure and check that out. It has all the address, directions, parking information, all of that information. All right, Uhuru. So coming up next on our broadcast is an interview of Chairman Omali Yeshitela on the Due Distance podcast. In this interview, which took place less than 2 weeks ago on August 28th, 2024, Chairman Omali talks about the false narrative put forward by the U.S. government in its indictment against the Uhuru Three and exposes the political nature of the charges leveled against them. So we now bring you Chairman Omali Yeshitela in conversation with Keaton Weiss and Russell Dobular on Due Distance. Uhuru.
Once again by the co-founder and current chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, Omali Yeshitela. Omali, it's great to speak to you again.
Thank you so much. It's hard for me to describe how significant I think it is that we're having this discussion when so much work is being done by the traditional colonial capitalist media to keep the people from knowing about this case, and which is a threat to the rights of all the people here. So I really appreciate being able to be with you.
Of course.
We appreciate you joining us. Thank you.
Yes, it was great talking to you. We interviewed you a couple months ago, and we definitely wanted to make a point to do it again. And this time, obviously, this takes place under very urgent circumstances. So I want to cut right to the chase here with our call to action. There is going to be a march and rally on Saturday, August 31st at 11 a.m. at the Uhuru House in St. Petersburg, Florida. The address is up here on the screen, 1245 18th Avenue South 18th Avenue South in St. Petersburg. And this is the Eventbrite link, but you could sign up and RSVP to attend this march and rally at handsoffuhuru.org/march. So, Chairman, do you want to just give people an overview of the case, the timeline of the trial, and the importance of this action on Saturday?
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you again. And for those people who are not familiar with the case, on July 29, 2022, my wife and I were in St. Louis preparing for the day. And at 5 o'clock in the morning, pre-dawn in St. Louis, this noise came from outside the house, a loudspeaker declaring that this was the FBI, come out with your hands up and your hands empty. And then after having said that, these loud explosions started to go off around our house, and we were to discover in the house too, in the back stairwell of the house. And so I went downstairs, asked my wife to stay there and call people, let them know we were under attack. The phone was jammed. She couldn't do that. So I went downstairs and was greeted by an armored personnel carrier in front of my house. And these military forces armed with assault weapons, with laser targeting devices mounted on them, and hitting me in the chest. So this was when we were aware that this case was beginning, that something was happening to us beyond the typical kind of government intervention that we expect all the time. And so while they were doing this at my home in the northern St. Louis, which is where the majority of the African people live, in southern St. Louis, we have another office, which is where the majority of white people live, and they attacked our center there. And we learned this after we were permitted by these military forces to leave my home and then to drive away. And we went to the Solidarity Center that we have and found FBI agents surrounding that. They had invaded, they had done things similar They had used battering rams, knocked down doors, taken equipment and phones and other kinds of communication devices, recording devices, tons and tons of stuff. They stayed from 6 to 8 hours in these buildings in my home and in the Solidarity Center there. They did the same thing at the same time in St. Petersburg, Florida, where I'm sitting right now. My house here, they invaded, although the house was empty because we live in St. Louis. And they did the same thing here. They invaded our center, the Uhuru House here in St. Petersburg, Florida. They knocked down every door in the building. They used battering rams. They stole all kinds of materials. They went into our archives, took stuff out of that. They put our radio station temporarily off the air. It was just a very violent kind of assault. And then they said they were doing this because they wanted to serve a search warrant because we were to be listed in an indictment. We were mentioned in an indictment that was coming down that same day in Tampa, Florida, against a Russian national. And so that was on July 29th, 2022. And then 9 months later, it took 9 months. Then we are indicted. And we're indicted because we are declared to be Russian agents, that we no longer have agency, that the work that we do is being done for Russia. I went to Moscow and therefore I became some kind of agent. I protested, I united in opposition to the war that was initiated against Russia and Ukraine, using with the US and NATO using Ukraine as the vehicle to continue a war that's been going on against Russia for more than 100 years, starting with the US and all the colonial powers, including Japan, invasion of the Soviet Russia, as they characterized it at the time, in 1918. So that's been an ongoing, unrelenting kind of war, and I acknowledged that, and also said how that was connected to the entire colonial question. So that was evidence of my being a Russian agent. It's a Russian agent because we ran for office in 2017, 2019. We ran candidates for office in St. Petersburg, Florida, with a population that approximates something like 300,000 people at most. And it was determined that the Russians paid for this. We ran on the platform of reparations for African people and against gentrification. So the Russians paid for this. This is further evidence. We had a Russian national who is also one of these indicted persons now, had him to appear shortly. Well, first of all, I should say that I came out in opposition to the U.S. aggression in Russia something like a day or two publicly before the so-called invasion happened. It was in a week after that, then we get this attack in July on our houses and things like that. So it's a bunch of stuff like that. And it presupposes that history began at this moment in 2014 or 2015. We're not sure exactly when, but it seems like 2014, 2015. This is the beginning of history. Doesn't make any difference that in addition to having gone to Moscow, that I had traveled all around the world on the same mission to win unity for the Black Liberation Movement and in the isolation of this movement. It doesn't matter that that's what I've been doing. It doesn't matter that there's a whole solidarity movement that we created for that purpose here in the United States that functions in something like 130 cities, mostly white people. It doesn't matter. No history, none of that matters. What matters is that now that I'm working for the Russians, this is where history begins with this fabricated relationship that we have with Russia. So that's the kind of thing that we've been dealing with, and it's been quite serious. Our banks have sanctioned us. Banks we've been working with for more than 20 years. You know, suddenly they said they wanted they wanted the payment for a mortgage that about $80,000 that had to be paid in 2 weeks. They shut down people's personal accounts and things like that. The church across the street from my house was burned, torched. This is where we had it under contract to put another program there. We have something like 52 economic development programs that exist for promoting the independence and their economic development programs. So all of this stuff has come under assault as well. So we're fighting. And on the 31st, as it's been suggested, it's going to be a really, really, really important gathering of people coming into St. Petersburg, Florida, which is, again, one of the sites that came under attack. But it's also right across the bridge from Tampa, Florida, where the federal trial is going to occur on the 3rd of September. So all kinds of people are coming in. It's going to be an extraordinary mobilization there and on August 31st. And we're calling on people to join. Come on in.
Well, Chairman Yeshitela, the last time you were on, we got a little bit into this. In many respects, a group like yours evokes the 60s, the 70s, some of the Black Panther Party. We just got back from covering the DNC in Chicago, the city of Fred Hampton. And this case against you also evokes that period. And that's not an accident. Groups like yours are so rare today because this is what they did to those earlier groups. You're one of the few groups left standing. And something that struck me being at those marches, people, the left has this self-loathing, I think, because they don't know their own history. Oh, why is the left so disorganized? Why are their leaders so weak? By design. By design, because every group like yours was subjected to attacks like this. Could you speak on that a little bit?
I think that's absolutely true. I mean, you mentioned the 1960s, and of course, this is a period of terror. We had great, remarkable movements that connected all around the world. The African Liberation Movement was ubiquitous, but and you saw the U.S. government move against Nkrumah in Ghana in 63, 66. They overthrew him. They killed Lumumba in 61. They were wreaking havoc. In 1967, October, after having wounded and captured Che Guevara, they murdered him. So it was just all around this country. And then inside the United States in 1968 alone, I think something like 30 members of the Black Panther Party were killed and more than 300 arrested during that period. And you mentioned Fred Hampton, because the Attorney General of the United States had declared that by the end of 1969, the Black Panther Party would be destroyed. And of course, December 4th, 1969 is when the FBI and the Chicago police conspired, and they went into this house in West Monroe in Chicago, December 4th, 1969, and they executed Fred Hampton after having drugged him to make sure that he was helpless in his sleep. They executed him. The same week later, they attacked the Black Panther office in Los Angeles, engaged in an hours-long gun battle there because the Panthers had learned from what had happened in Chicago and had fortified the place so they could put up a more effective resistance. This is where you see the emergence of SWAT teams. These militarized cops, SWAT teams come out of this process. And so people were being assassinated because it had the so-called struggle of Black people in this country had matured beyond this whimpering desire to join with America, to integrate into it, and was talking an anti-colonial discussion. 1966, people were talking about Black power, talking about a movement for power is a movement against colonialism. The Panther Party spoke eloquently about colonialism. Frantz Fanon was out there, colonialism, and the whole anti-colonial movement had grasped the world. And so this is what came under assault. 1964 was really important. I want to just say this, if I may, because 1964, a Mississippi Freedom Summer, so that Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, was the main organizer for that. It was really important because the media had gotten bored of the civil rights movement, Black people just being killed, etc. And Mississippi was like the headquarters, if you will, of the just gross, open, naked kind of oppression that we were experiencing. And so SNCC decided to do the summer project, the Mississippi Summer Project, Freedom Summer in Mississippi, and invited people from everywhere, and especially young white people who joined into this. Because they knew if white people came, the media was going to come, their mama, et cetera, their daddies, et cetera, were going to be concerned, and that would bring some more attention to what was happening to Black people in Mississippi. And sure enough, on the first day of the Freedom Summer in Mississippi, by the way, that's the process that thrust Fannie Lou Hamer into prominence for people outside of the movement who had never heard her before. This is a thing that when she was participating in the 1964 Democratic National Convention, similar to, I guess, what they've just been doing in Chicago this time, that Fannie Lou Hamer, when she was testifying, trying to prevent the Mississippi the Mississippi regular lynch mob party have the credentials to represent the people of Mississippi. The Freedom Democratic Party, organized by SNCC, was trying to represent the people there. And the liberals had said that they were going to help with this. And of course, the chief liberals like Lyndon Baines Johnson, like Hubert Humphrey, like Mondale, all of them double-crossed the people. But that was the Freedom Summer that people went in and organized throughout Mississippi to prepare for that, to go to the National Democratic Convention. And we have a Freedom Summer here, right now in St. Petersburg, Florida, where people have been coming into St. Petersburg, Florida, been knocking on doors. We're talking to people in the community. We are organizing people, putting up posters and everything everywhere because we want the world to see this. This cannot be a silent or dark kind of lynch mob. People need to see what is going on. We have nothing to hide. They didn't have to steal all of this terabytes from our computers. They didn't have to do. All they had to do was read our newspaper. All they do is it's on. We have open Zoom conferences. We have open live streams such as this happening on a regular basis. They didn't have to do that stuff. So we're organizing people on the ground because we want the world to know what happened. And it's really interesting in terms of the Freedom Summer Mississippi 64 analogy and now, because if you remember, they discovered on the first day of Freedom Summer in Mississippi, 3 persons had disappeared. They were Schwerner and Gutman, 2 white people, and Cheney, an African. And it's really interesting because what we have facing trial right now are 2 white people, Penny Hess and Justin Neville, and 1 African, me. And so it's worth noting, I think. But anyway, there's a lot of history here, and we want to build a movement because I didn't get involved in this struggle to keep me out of prison. I got involved in this struggle because of the oppression of African people, because the nature of this social system that bleeds the people, takes everything that looks like freedom, humiliates people on a regular kind of basis, and where the state has become this overbearing, intervening entity openly now. And so that's the thing that we are challenging, and that's the thing we're asking everybody to challenge through. I'm not trying to make anybody else an African internationalist. I do my work in our communities. We do that to try to organize African people. And we're not asking Kamala or Joe to become anti-colonialists. We're not saying anything like that. But what we are saying is this, that you put forth this, you wrote the Constitution. I'm talking about the people who run this government, who run this system. There's such a thing as a Bill of Rights that was created to protect the rights of white people. And I say that without hesitation because when the Bill of Rights were adopted by the U.S. Congress in 1791, Black people were under the lash. It was not written for us. It was written for people who had escaped tyranny, a monarchy, and what have you, the divine right of kings, where there were no rights at all, and to guarantee there were rights. They made this Constitution, and to top it off, they created this Bill of Rights that included free speech, freedom of assembly, freedom from unreasonable search and seizures, and all this kind of stuff. And that's what I'm saying, that when they attack me, they are not attacking me. They're attacking free speech. They're attacking the Constitution. And that means the Constitution for whom it was written. Because as you know, every day in the life of Black people, you hear these executions going on by cops on a regular basis. That's what George Floyd was all about. All of this stuff happened to us naturally and normally, in terms of huge number of African people in prison. So the thing is that they're coming for you and they attack me. It's your free speech that's under assault. And that's the thing that we want people to be aware of, because I think they have nothing in terms of any kind of legitimate case against us. They have captured all kinds of materials, documents, terabytes, or however else is characterized of materials, videos. They've taken public studies that I've done on social media and all of that stuff that we're looking at to represent some. They offered a $10 million bounty for anybody who can come up with evidence against us and what have you. And now 2 years later, we're going to trial. And I'm here to say that their assumption is not that they have any evidence against us, but that they can use some words that we may have said this time or that time, that and they're using Russia, and they're using black people, but the assumption that it's enough without evidence, that there's enough prejudice against black people, against Russia, against radical ideas, that a jury will convict us, and I think they're wrong.
Well, I interviewed Penny and your lawyer, Lenny Goodman, a few weeks ago. And the way he explained it to me was that the threshold of evidence necessary for even an indictment, which obviously that's passed, but much less a conviction, would have to be that you were, acting as an agent of a foreign government, meaning that it can't be like the threshold of evidence is not that you went to Moscow or that you had Russians speaking at events with you, but that you are working at the behest of a foreign power, which we got into the whole history of your movement last time you were on. It's absurd. It's absurd. You're a community builder in North St. Louis. Is that the threshold of evidence that would require a guilty verdict in a fair trial, at least?
That's the presumption in a fair trial. Yeah. But the thing is, we believe that if this case is based on the law, we are already victorious. But the problem is, if it were based on law, we wouldn't be indicted in the first place. That it's a political trial, that they have political objectives here to destroy the kind of organization we are, that the roles that we play in building movement, not just throughout the United States, but around the world, the connections we made to end the isolation and to join with the peoples of the world in opposition to a kind of social system that's predatory, that's parasitic and what have you. So if that's why it's really important for us to have this discussion and to tell people, we want you to read the indictment, read what they say they're charging us with, read our response to it, read the briefs that we put forward. Leonard Goodman, who you just mentioned, brilliant brief that says these charges should be dismissed. Read what the state said in response. Just read this back and forth. We want to have an educated population so that you can know yourself. And we think that our strength lies in the people, and the people being conscious of what the hell is happening to us. And again, it lies in our ability to force the state to confront basic democratic constitutional rights. And that's what we want the people. I don't want the people to get confused by the notion that we are trying to convert them into black nationalists or to African internationalists, et cetera, et cetera. That's up to you. What I'm saying is we find ourselves in this really interesting kind of situation of having to convert many people into defenders of the Constitution that they're using as a basis for attacking us.
Right. Well, and to that point, and I think that's really important, a lot of people point out the things that they do overseas in other countries will eventually come back here. That's a practice run. And domestically, many people will say that about the black community. Well, they do it to the black community first. And, Tucker Carlson, who presumably is not a black nationalist, recognized that. And he profiled you as very early on in this case, recognizing that threat to everybody. And since your case was brought, now they're going after the president of Telegraph. Now they're going after Elon Musk. Now, I'm not a fan of Elon Musk, but now how much more privileged and white can you be than Elon Musk?
Exactly.
So once they open that door, it's naturally going to continue. I want to show you a quick clip. This is the current VP candidate from the Democratic Party, emphatically stating or misstating his understanding of freedom of speech.
I think we need to push back on this. There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy.
Now, this man is standing for vice president. He doesn't seem to understand the very first thing about the First Amendment. Now, free speech is a pretty unique thing in the history of the world, and it's even in some respects unique on Earth today. Do you think with this broad assault we're seeing on freedom of speech, your case being one part of that broad assault, do you think this kind of presages the end of free speech in our societies?
I think that's the attempt. I was on it during an interview along with Scott Ritter on yesterday, and his house had been raided by the FBI and what have you, and somebody asked him the question if he thought he was going to be indicted, and his response was that if we don't win this case, he's going to be indicted. They see this as the central case, and if you look at early on, we said that this is the canary in the mine. That if they can succeed in doing this, if they do this, and we saw all of these things coming, including Ritter and all these others that we are looking at. And the thing about Musk that I really appreciate your comment about that, and even Trump, if they would pick someone that presumed to be unpopular with a large enough sector of the population to get the other sector of the population to unite in this assault on free speech. So I don't give a damn who it is. I mean, in my estimation, I have agency. I have the ability to organize, to win people to my views, my ideas. I think they're solid. And despite the fact that we can get put in Facebook jail and all these other things, I think our ideas are solid. I'm willing to debate Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and all of them because I think our ideas are solid. So the question of free speech is a fundamental right, and it's associated with freedom of thought as well. And in specifically in the case that we're dealing with now, I'm reminded, and you may have heard me, reference this before, but George Orwell, in 1984, the character makes the statement that who controls the past controls the future, and who controls the present controls the past. And that's what they're trying to do now, control the past. There was nothing else that happened. We had no agency. America did not, I am what they like to call as one of the immigrants. And the fact is, Black people here are not immigrants, we're captives. You can't erase that from history. You can't erase the fact that you talk about constitutional rights and all these freedoms that you just remarked on, but it turns out to be a freedom to repress. The indigenous people whose land that we are on right now, nobody even talks about the indigenous people, and they have a lifespan something like in the 50s. Nobody talks about that. African people, and they would rather not have this discussion. You got Leonard Peltier, who's been in prison for almost 50 years for defending the rights of the native people, etc. It doesn't even make it worth the mention, and that's denied him parole the other day. So this is a critical question, and if they can, they'll take it away. But I'm convinced we're in the process now. We're building a really important kind of movement because I was here in the 60s, and I saw the United States government kill King, kill Malcolm X, and so many other folks, and then we didn't see a whimper. Fred Hampton, you didn't see any movement from the white left of mention here. But in this instance, they've been forced, when they come to get me in St. Louis, they had to come and get these two other white people because these two white people have entered into this struggle on the side of the colonized people, which is their own side. And I think that makes a profound difference. And I think that's one of the reasons they had to be attacked. Also, like Schwerner and Goodman had to be killed to give a lesson to white people so that you don't step across this line as well. And we're building this whole movement, the anti-colonial free speech movement. It's got Mexicans, Filipinos, Black people, white people, all kinds of forces crossing the political spectrum, as you mentioned, from Tucker Carlson on one extreme, and then there are other forces, that's characterized as leftists on the other extreme. It's a magnificent movement. And so I'm saying that That's the kind of movement that we are building, and we're not being trapped into this situation of trying to make somebody a Marxist, a Trotskyist, a Stalinist, or a black nationalist, etc. We bring in the struggle on the terrain of free speech that's supposedly fundamental to the whole ideology and philosophy of this country. So we want winning everybody we can. This is what this case is going to be around. We're not going to let them go anyplace else with it if we can help it.
Now, you mentioned how in 1964, Fannie Lou Hamer was undermined from within at the Democratic Convention. Now, a lot of people coming out of the Democratic Convention this year, the narrative among a lot of the left has been they changed into George Bush neocons.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at a video, and you have such a unique historical perspective. I want to get your take on this.
Well, first, I want to show this because this is an edited piece,
yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah, so I just want to say this is from Breakthrough News. They put together this montage. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep.
I will ensure,
I'm going to take it back.
as Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
Vice President Harris has always championed America's support for NATO.
She's worked with President Zelensky to fight back against Russia,
Iran, North Korea, and especially China. Watch closely.
Our vision is based on our values. The values that took us to the shores of Normandy and helped us win the Cold War.
She'll keep modernizing our military to support our troops.
She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known.
We are the damn United States of America. We lead.
Okay, so now on the one hand, you watch this and you say this is like a Bush era Republican convention.
I was just because it took the words right out of my mouth. That could have been the 2004 RNC.
Sure, but on the other hand, having the longer historical view you have, it was Johnson that escalated in Vietnam.
Yeah,
it was Biden that wrote the crime bill.
Yeah,
the Democrats have been Zionists since Truman.
Yeah.
So is it really a substantive change from your perspective, or is it an aesthetic change?
Well, I'm not sure how aesthetically different it is, but you've got some drag that's happening here, but it's not substantive. And the reason we say this also is, but from our perspective, the political and economic configuration of the world as we know it really began a long time ago with and we characterize this as a colonial mode of production. It's challenges, I know, like some views that people have who've characterized it simply as a capitalist mode of production. But the fact is that capitalism itself rests upon the foundation of colonialism. There would be no capitalism if it weren't for this territory that we are on right now, this which came from the colonial domination of the indigenous peoples, nations here, and the colonialism as it affected Africa. And that's how I got to be here. Didn't come here, looking for a better way of life, but we lost one as a consequence of coming here. So that's the reality that we're looking at. And what happened is that the narrative has changed so substantially, as we talked about, especially since the 1960s, that it looks like the fundamental difference is whether one is a Republican or a Democrat, or whether one is liberal or conservative. But all of it rests upon the colonial foundation of oppressed peoples around the world. And this oppression that I'm talking about, colonialism, when aspects of it, when the features of colonialism seeps into, and it does seep into, the general white population during times of crisis, that's what people refer to as fascism. Now something is happening as fascism, but it wasn't fascism when they killed George Floyd. It wasn't fascism. The French, the great anti-fascist French, while at the same time they're fighting German Nazis, they're controlling Algeria, they're controlling much of Africa and what have you, with no rights at all. It wasn't fascism. So what happens is that you've got a social system that's mounted on the colonial oppression of the vast majority of the world. And it feeds them. It provides all kinds of resources to the majority, but it's a parasitic relationship that's imposed on everybody else. And so at the moment, this thing begins to, it's all right. I mean, you can have liberals who protest, people call themselves leftists, Marxists, who can protest this person getting killed or this aspect of the problem, but they can't get to the essential question. That's the colonial question. Because if you don't deal with that, and that's why right now, as I mentioned, all these people who, look, we saw Biden, we saw the Congress of the United States, the House get on one knee. They never, and of course this comes from Colin Kaepernick, who still doesn't have a job, but they get on one knee with African kente from China on their shoulder and what have you, and they say stuff like Black Lives Matter. Doesn't change anything. So they can say that kind of stuff, but the substantive thing doesn't get touched. And that's the thing that challenges everything. The whole question, I mean, it offends me so much. I look at my case, our case, and I know the whole history of our people here, but here's Leonard Peltier. Here's a native man. Here's a man whose land, and he's in prison on his own land, and he's in prison for trying to defend the people from the same folk who attacked me on July 29, 2022. I mean, that's a shameful thing, but they can only do that because they control the past. And he's not Tonto. He's not going Kimosapi and stuff like that. He's actually trying to stand up for the indigenous people here. You're talking about Mexicans. They stole half of Mexico in 1848. You've got Mexican people in cages in the southern border regularly. That's not a Trump issue. It's all of them have participated in this crime against the people because that's colonialism. Colonialism feeds liberals and right-wingers alike. And the objective is for all of us to unite to overturn a system that's shameful, that bleeds us, that takes our resources, that makes enemies of us. The people are becoming enemies of each other, really struggling to protect the interests of Musk and Zelensky and the rest of them who are sucking our resources and sucking up, and they do horrible things. So that's what we're looking at, and we're saying that we can't say what the outcome of this trial is going to be. We think we know we got a strong case. That we can't find any better lawyers than we. We didn't do it. We are innocent of what they claim we did. But they collected, if I'm not mistaken, I forgot how many terabytes constitute something like 25 million books worth of stuff that they took from us in terms of videos and other stuff from computers. Can you imagine that? 20 equals 25 million books. That's what and so if they can't pull anything out of that, to tell the story that they want to, I mean, there's something wrong with them. But I really believe that if we do our job and clarify to the people that this is an assault on their rights, on the Constitution, on the Bill of Rights, on the First Amendment of the United States, if we can help people understand that, I think we will have made a major triumph here. And we haven't met anybody who likes the FBI. And, you got the FBI attacking. No, really, I mean, you meet people in grocery stores and whatever, you say the FBI, has been responsible for this thing. It has no prestige any more than the Supreme Court. The whole thing, the whole system is just riven with all kinds of contradictions and splits and things like that. So, yeah, I think that it's really critical that we can beat them back. I really believe that. That's why we as opposed to just simply being quiet and allowing them to tell their story and pursue this, that we want to bring the masses into this process. We want everybody to be here. We want everybody to see what's happening. We want everybody to see the documents associated with this case, because we don't have anything to hide. And if the FBI and the Justice Department were honest, all they had to do was knock on the door or take out a subscription to the Burningsville newspaper, our newspaper, or just come to our events, go to our social media things, and you don't have to break into our places to steal this stuff. We're quite transparent. Yeah.
Okay, so you mentioned all of the colonized people around the world.
Yeah.
Now, what really strikes me watching the DNC convention this week is how much the end point of their identity politics is to use people of the same identity as the colonized people to create the impression that there is no colonization going on. Right? They use the melting pot image to cover that over. And in many respects, Kamala strikes me as what they've worked towards for decades. That is the end goal of the identity politics, right? To hide what they're really doing behind an identity that they've conditioned people to idealize.
Yeah.
As long as you can hide behind that, you can hide what you're actually doing with the same exact policies as the old white dudes that were there.
Yes.
The speech that she gave could have come out of the mouth of George Bush.
Yes. I think that's the problem with racial, with anti-racism politics. It's not racism. That racism, even the concept, comes from colonialism. And to be engaged in that so they can put somebody black. I mean, look at this guy, Lord Austin. He is a chief military guy. He's the head of the Department of Defense. Look at the person who for the first time in history, they made an African Marine a 4-star general. They got an Air Force Marine African who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The military apparatus of the United States government at this point has a black face. And there's a reason for that, because and like with Obama, African people, men and women, hysterically, overjoyed, and not just Africans, other people too. This is one of the things I really detest about what Obama and Harrison represent, because I truly believe, I always knew what Obama was, and we were first out of the gate saying that, but I truly believe that initially a lot of white people voted for Obama because they thought it was going to be different. They thought this black guy, electing this black guy, was going to make a difference. And that's that racial politics, because they just can't get past the complexion. That's been going on forever. If you look at the whole continent of Africa, every leader on the continent of Africa is black, but he works for white power. It's white power in blackface. That's what Kamala is. That's what Obama was. And it tricks a lot of people. And that's the kind of thing that we try to, provide some kind of education about. That's characterized like a kind of identity politic, but it's that anti-racism stuff. And we move beyond that. SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, I was a member of SNCC. And SNCC represented that bridge between a kind of anti-racism politic and a black power anti-colonial politic. It was SNCC who pushed forth that as a popular slogan that won people. And that came out of Mississippi. Also, the Mississippi Summer Project produced the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Bill, the Voting Rights Act, the Black Power movement. All of that came from that project, that process. And that's what we're doing now. And SNCC was just a remarkable bridge, moving just from that anti-racism kind of politic to an anti-colonial kind of politic with the Black Power slogan. So that the thing is that people should be able to recognize moving beyond a certain kind of jingoism or nativism that presuppose that everybody has to be American or like America, be like America, etc. And if you're not like America, then something wrong with you, that people have a right to be different and to have aspirations of their own. And if we can win people to recognize that even they, as individuals, demand the right to have opinions, the right to think, et cetera, without the intervention of the government. And I think more people are raising this question across the ideological spectrum. I think this is part of the huge debate that's happening in this country right now. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that point about, racism stemming from colonialism is really important because, racism is emotional, whereas colonialism is physical, right? Yes. It has to do with the actual interaction of people. And the point about, white power in black faces, I think that's a fascinating point as well. But I want to ask you a question about white power and white faces, meaning the power of Trump. That was what we call white power and white faces. So, because Trump was Russiagated, you're being Russiagated. Last time we spoke, you mentioned how the attacks on his free speech were concerning to you even before this case was brought, because you had a feeling it could be used against people like you. And, you know, right now, as this election season enters the home stretch, you know, there's an ongoing debate amongst people on both the left and the right as to like the relationship between Trump and the permanent state and the deep state, the same state that's targeting you now. They targeted him before. On the one hand, they clearly have some kind of problem with him. Otherwise, they wouldn't be going at him as hard as they are. On the other hand, he more or less did their bidding the first time he was in office, and you know, if past his prologue,
gave the Pentagon more money than they asked for.
It's like, how much do we trust him to do anything different next time? So, what is your assessment of like his relationship to permanent Washington? How much do they actually dislike him, and why?
I think that Trump was initially he was treated as a comic relief by the rulers of this country. They gave him all kinds. They gave him free press, everything. They did not take him seriously, and I think he shocked them when he won, and I think he was shocked when he won that election. But part of what's happening is, at least since 1945, where we saw the emergence of this Atlanticist bloc. You know, that's where the UN comes from, NATO comes from, basic international trade laws, and this bloc has dominated the world for the world capitalist system for a long time. And it had begun to get shaky over the last period. Even Obama was talking about the Asia pivot, and people who were Obama advisors were beginning to talk about how America had to lead from behind, that the day of the empire of imperial domination was over. And what began to happen was that Trump was associated with a lot of people who were interested in penetrating the Russia in terms of economically, especially where it came to petroleum, the gas, and all this stuff. That was a huge market that somebody thought they could penetrate if it were not for the antipathy that was politically displayed toward Russia. Because Russia was also seen as problematic for long periods of time, you know, without having to go into that. And I think that that's why, look at who, when Trump first came to power, look at his campaign manager tied to Russia. The generals and stuff, Russia, investing in Russia, making money in Russia. I think
you're talking about Michael Flynn, Paul Manafort,
all these forces are associated with Russia. And then a problem was that the Democratic Party refused to accept defeat. You're talking about Trump and talking about January 6th. The Democratic Party refused to accept the fact that they had been defeated. So to say Trump didn't defeat us, Russia defeated us, and that became the line. And that became something for every day. If you look, you go back, and for the 4 years that Trump was at the helm, every day there were hit pieces coming from all of the bourgeois media. Now, and you know, I have, you know, Trump says some nasty stuff. I'm not a friend of Trump in any way at all. But you can't use me to attack free speech because of Trump. Who doubts the fact that these charges that Trump was facing were tied to the election campaign? Is there anybody who did not know that the Biden administration was using this to defeat Trump as a part of their election ploy? And of course, it got weaker as Biden became weaker in terms of being able to present the case for them for a number of reasons. And then Trump also, over a period of time, has begun to ally himself with other sectors of the bourgeoisie who smoothed them out, who's helped to develop the line. Even Bannon. Bannon is the first one who actually helped him to win this election by giving him some kind of political line that he didn't have before. He was just wildly out there. And so I do think that that other sectors of the bourgeoisie clearly moving in with Trump, because there's action that they can get out of this as well. And so that's an interesting kind of situation that we're confronted with. So I have no doubt that that much of what happened with Trump is a question of free speech. I mean,
well, that's actually the most interesting answer I've ever gotten to that question of anyone I've ever asked it.
Yeah.
Because it seems like what you're saying to me, and I never really thought of it this way, but I think it's a great point that, anyone who comes into power against the wishes of the people who usually get to choose option A or B, i.e. Barack Obama, Mitt Romney, anyone who disrupts that, they're going to demonize as foreign and just sort of use them as a proxy to wage this sort of post-Cold War, if you will, right? I mean, Sanders, they said the same thing about him. They said Russians are infiltrating Bernie Sanders' campaign. So it's not even about their relationship to Trump so much as their relationship to their own power. And anyone who gets in the way of that is a proxy for this foreign, outside force who's coming in to sabotage our country. Yeah, I mean, I think that's very interesting. Yeah, it's very well put.
It's also really important because a lot of money, resources, contracts, oil, military forces, consolidated around this stuff too. It's not just ideas. Is that put into action, put into place? I mean, there's look, right now, China is the greatest economic force in the continent of Africa in terms of investments and whatever. That used to be the United States. That used to be France and all of these countries. China is pushing them out. They're not interested because China has a different idea, because what kind of resources, where are those resources going to be going to? Look at what we're faced with. You're looking at stuff like lithium, because lithium is not, China controls much of that, but you're talking cobalt, you're talking about coltan, you're talking about resources that's absolutely necessary to keep a modern kind of economy afloat and developing. You're talking about even the oil thing, even though the United States has the petroleum that it needs, et cetera, but to control the petroleum also is to control France. It's also to place limitations on what China can do, all of these forces. And so this economic factor is profoundly important. And all the ideas that we are debating and stuff rest upon the economic interest. Politics is simply concentrated economics. And most of us don't have any economics. So our politics are often pretty empty, but it's concentrated economics.
Well, we recently interviewed, speaking of economics, we recently interviewed economist Glenn Lowry, and we talked to him a little bit about the conservative Black intellectuals who will claim, and we talked a little bit about this last time, that the welfare state is aimed at creating dependency. And your group is very much against that, from what I understand. Do you think that's part of why they find you so threatening? Because they're going to such extreme lengths to take down your group. What is it about your group that upsets them so much?
But that's part of it.
Bring trumped up charges, forgive the phrase.
Yeah, I think that's part of it because, you've got a whole bunch of resources. I mean, especially tied to the Democratic Party, especially Africans connected in power in the Democratic parties. I mean, they control poverty programs. They control all kinds of resources that requires Black people to be on our knees to be profitable, to be meaningful. They put together grants based on being able to service us. They are Robin Hood of a sort, which is nothing to brag about because Robin Hood was the only one with a job. He's robbing from, the rich to give to the poor. The poor don't change, the rich don't change, but Robin Hood is looting everything. And so the thing is that we believe that people should have agency and can have agency. Like I mentioned, we've created more than 50 some odd economic development programs. That's part of the tech. Because, listen, you have to please come to St. Louis. I'm saying this to you. Come to St. Louis and see what we've done. I think you get a better grip of what I'm talking about because
we would love to.
You please come to St. Louis, and I invite all of our listeners to come to St. Louis because the work that we've done there, and this is we've transformed much of North St. Louis. I mean, it looks like it has been bombed out. I mean, you go there, you see it. And we put economic programs, we put housing for people. We built programs for Africans coming out of prison. We bought the housing to put them in there. We got African International job training program for them. This is done by my wife, who also was in the house when we came under attack. You know, I mean, this is part of it, because if we can do it, I mean, we built a $150,000 basketball court in one of the most desolate communities in St. Louis. And this is because in every, what they call urban community in this country, you see African children playing basketball in the streets, dodging cars and stuff. But we built a basketball, and not just a basketball, a state of the art. We spent $150,000 to build that basketball court there. So because somebody said, well, why would you build a basketball court? Yeah, because the children have to be able to see the sky. They have to be able to see beyond the limitation that's been imposed on them. They have to be able to aspire to something greater, et cetera. And it should be unacceptable living the way we live. And so, but we've created those kinds of things. If we could do it, and you know who helped us to do this? All these white people who believe in the reparations question. They made contributions knowing what it was they were contributing to. So they helped to buy a $150,000 basketball court. They say, this is our self-criticism for what we have participated in allowing America to do, and participate in America doing this. And there are other things like that. That's the problem, because now we've broken this absolute unity of the white population with what they're doing to black people. They don't have that absolute unity anymore. And that's the kind of work that we've done that I think makes it a problem too, because now we're beginning to penetrate their communities. I mean, and their neighbors, sometimes their relatives, sometimes sitting at the dining room table with them are people who are arguing for reparations and against genocide, against black people, and et cetera, et cetera. So this is a problem too. It's freeing the whole ideological assumptions that went into the founding of the United States itself.
So do you think there's some truth to the accusation that the liberal class wants to keep the black community broken and dependent?
Yeah, I think that what we characterize as neocolonialism, white power and blackface, I think that's liberal victory. I mean, the conservatives have been quite openly opposed, generally speaking, to that, but I think that's a victory for white liberalism. Kamala and these other guys, and there are people all around. I mean, there are people who have been characterized as progressives, and how was the group associated with AOS? What do they call this group? You're
talking about AOC? You're talking about the Democratic Socialists of America?
Yeah, but there's this characterization of people in that political thing, and you know, there are people who've been characterized in that way. They wouldn't touch this case with a 10-foot pole. They run from it like it's COVID. Right. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, and I'm not calling any names, but some of them even in St. Louis, you know, and it didn't save them, you know, to run from this.
Well, to name one name, because she's not much of a name anymore, would be Cori Bush, right?
Oh,
because she's out. Bush. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
One final question, if I can, because it's so rare we get a veteran of these movements like yourself to ask for guidance because of the history that we're talking about. There are so few people like yourself around. When we were in Chicago, we went to a Worker Strike Back meeting, which was run by Shama Sawant, and Jill Stein spoke. We get constantly the question from our viewers, what do we do? What do we do? Should we get involved in electoral politics? Should it be grassroots movement? How would you answer that question? Should they support electoral campaigns like the Green Party campaign, or like Shama's talking about having a conference in February to organize a workers' party? Should they stay outside of that system? What would your advice be from your long experience in this space?
I think all of that. I really believe all of that, because the big problem we have is not because of betrayal by the Green Party or Jill Stein or the alternatives. The big problem we have is that the vast majority of the people don't think there is an alternative to the Democrats and the Republican Party. Now, we didn't have the same contradiction in the 1960s when things were unleashed. You had members of the Black Panther Party running for office. You had Peace and Freedom Party. You had other people saying we are the answer. The collective, we are the collective. We are the answer, as opposed to the Democrats and Republicans. That's part of what it is that we're trying to create now. We're trying to create a collective we, that we don't even have to be in the same organization, but we believe that these are illegitimate alternatives, that there are other alternatives, and there's enough room here to. Jill Stein is going to be here on August 31st. She's going to
she is coming.
She's coming, and so we'll be hearing from Cornel West. He'll be, and the thing is, there's enough room here. The problem is that something like 20 or 21% of the African population represent the base of the Democratic Party. They're not in the African People's Socialist Party. They're not in the Green Party. They're in the Democratic Party, those who have not been chased into the Republican Party with Trump. We have to become the collective alternative. That's what we have to do. And we have to be able to tolerate each other and push forth. That's why we're trying to build an anti-colonial kind of free speech movement, an anti-colonial human rights movement, so that collectively we can do this thing and offer alternatives to what they are presenting right now. We've done it in the past. The movement has done it in the past, and we can do it again. It's just that when we act like the people who do not have better information, better analysis, and act like there is no alternative between the Democrats and the Republicans ourselves, when most people say, should we go into electoral politics? Listen, let me say this. First of all, elections in this country are nonviolent contests between sectors of the white ruling class for control of the state for their own economic and political benefit. It's a nonviolent contest. That's what it's supposed to be. Sometimes when the crisis gets so deep, you'll see a Kennedy fall, it gets violent. You'll see a Nixon overthrown, it gets violent. You see that kind of stuff. It's a nonviolent contest. That's what it is, so that the rulers don't have to go to war with each other in order to get their cases. So they just purchase politicians, the politicians who say the right things. Most of the presidential candidates have had lobbyists as their campaign managers from big corporations. So this is the thing that's been happening in the past. And so we're saying that we can contend with them. That and what you see with Trump is that the issue was not resolved with Trump in terms of who should control the state. The election didn't do it. That's why you had this discussion about the deep state. I was really appreciative of the discussion about the state at all, because nobody had talked about the state before as this entity that presides over the whole society, and et cetera. Now they're talking about deep states, right on, that's state. And so is a feature. So Trump got elected, but he did not have control of the state. So he was moving in that direction, trying to got generals, got all these people in place, trying to do this. Bannon, of course, is one of the main architects of this, it appears. And they're doing other stuff. Bannon, they're doing grassroots organizing. He said they're organized on the precinct level. They want to. This is the. Bannon characterizes himself as a Leninist. Did you know that? He calls
at one time. At one time. Now, does he?
Yeah, he can, but he's not talking about he believes in socialism or communism. But he talks about in terms of organization, in terms of commitment and that kind of stuff. So they're on the ground. They're not just working, behind computers. Their friends are not measured by the numbers of people that they get on the computer. They're organizing in communities. They're organizing precinct level. Their objective is to make sure that the election outcome is determined by them, because they will control the cities where and their process, where the voting booths are going to be, what terms are set for them, who is a legitimate representative of this political party, that is to say, who's legitimately registered and stuff like. They want to take it from the bottom up. They got ordinary people who are involved in this process. That's how they're making this struggle. And the left wants stuff handed on a platter. They don't want to have to organize the people. They're afraid of the people and what have you. They even talk about the white people who are not with them, just rednecks and stuff like that. I want to go to Tucker Carlson. I want to talk to the rednecks. I want to talk to the white people, because I believe that if I have an opportunity to speak to them, I can win them to something in their own interest, and then we will be able to see that their interests and my interests are not that very much different. That's what we have to do. And anyway, I've forgotten the question that you raised with me that brought me into this.
Well, how to organize, how to move forward. But
yeah, I just think that first of all, I really believe, I hope that people come on August 31st to St. Petersburg, Florida. I think it's really important. We're going to pull together, ultimately, this kind of movement that I'm talking about that can cross the ideological and political spectrum. There are people coming here who don't even like each other. I'm telling you, people who said they won't have anything to do with this campaign because this group is there, this person is there. That's how it started with folk like that. And there are people on here whose politics I don't like that much. But if we can come together like on a common trajectory, because none of us, I mean, look, the left hasn't even seized the parking lot. You know what I'm saying? So the point is to come together and build this power that can be a contending force. And we build it, you don't have to build it on craziness. You can build it on just the basic principles that the country is supposed to be built on. You got your politics, I got my politics. I know where I want to go. But I know that we have to defeat this oppression in order to go anywhere. We have to unite, that we have the right. I have the right. The white left used to be so opposed to me because I wasn't saying the black people were a part of the international or multinational working class that had to be under the leadership of et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm saying that the state has to recognize my right to have a different opinion. That's what the Constitution says. I believe in that. So anyway, I think should come August 31st. I think we should be tolerant enough to see us as a collective alternative. We have to be a collective alternative. We have to be able to see ourselves as an alternative and to what the Democrats and the others are doing to us. That's really important. I know that's not the kind of simplified kind of response, but I do believe that we have to have a much movement. We have to dig in with the people. The people are the fundamental things. Go where the people are. Recognize that people have real contradictions and assume the responsibility to try to explain the world as it really is, as opposed to what they're getting from Zuckerberg and all of these other forces about what the world is, Yeah, I know that's not
that was a perfectly great answer.
Yeah.
And I want to put time here, put it up on the screen. Hands off Chairman Omali Yeshitela dropped the charges on the Uhuru 3. That is this Saturday, August 31st at 11 a.m. at the Uhuru House at 1245 18th Avenue South in St. Petersburg, Florida. And you can RSVP there by going to handsoffuhuru.org/march. Well, Chairman, it really is.
Here you go. A lot of people ask, what can I do? There's something you can do.
Yes.
You can go there, and from what the chairman says, you might meet some people you disagree with, but you agree with them on this cause, right?
Damn
That's
right.
a start.
Damn right. We have to kick the ass of the ruling class.
That's right.
Yes.
And I got to say, as someone who has a nervous stomach all day when I drop my car off at the mechanic, wondering what kind of bill I'm going to get hit with, it is inspiring to see you handle this with the amount of grace that you have. If I were in your shoes, I would be a wreck. But you have tremendous poise, and I could say the same thing for your team. And best of luck to you. Obviously, we will be in touch throughout the process.
Don't worry. We keep with this podcast. We'll be in his shoes sooner or later.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Maybe we can become Sellies.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Thank you so much. It's really good to be with you. Thank you so much.
Please clap.
All right, Uhuru. Well, if you're just tuning in, again, my name is Stephanie Midler. I'm a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee. We work under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, and I'm also a member of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Fight Back Coalition Steering Committee. I'm coming to you live from St. Louis, Missouri, the headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party, as part of our daily trial broadcast of the free speech trial of the century, the U.S. government versus the Uhuru 3, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville. So we just finished watching a recent interview of Chairman Omali Yeshitela on the Due Diligence podcast. I'm sorry, on the Due Dissidence podcast with Keaton Weiss and Russell Dobular. And we really hoped you enjoyed it. That was powerful. So next up, we have a presentation by Chairman Omali Yeshitela entitled "The Wolf and the Double-Edged Blade." This speech, given circa 1998 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, at a meeting of the party's primary mass organization, the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, gained international attention as an intro on hip-hop group Dead Prez's the year 2000 debut album entitled "Let's Get Free." We now bring you the full speech of this powerful classic presentation of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, "The Wolf and the Double-Edged Blade." Uhuru.
Too for coming out. And I really want to express my appreciation for having this conference on today to deal with the issue of Black power. Because we think that that is the fundamental issue of these times that we live in. But in fact, it's been the fundamental issue for African people for a very long time now. First of all, what I would like to do is just briefly say some things about the African People's Socialist Party, which is the organization that I chair. We are a revolutionary organization. And by that, I want to say that we are convinced that this country, this system, do not have the ability to do justice by African people. That if we are to ever know justice, freedom, and democracy, we are going to have a revolution. It's that simple. And I know that that's a difficult issue for a lot of folk. And the fact that it is obviously a difficult issue for a lot of folk is reflected in the number of people who are in this room right now. But it is nevertheless the truth. And it's important to talk about that because we can continue to have discussions that make us feel good, but won't take us anywhere. We can continue to have discussions where people come before us and make rhymes like "up with hope" and "down with dope," and perhaps we'll feel better, but they don't take us any place. And what we have to do is come up with some kind of analysis of the reality that we are confronted with as a people, and then be able to use that analysis to change our circumstances so that they are not the kind of circumstances we find ourselves confronted with today, but what we want for ourselves and for our children in the future. So we are a revolutionary organization. We believe that if one wants to know what it will take for us to become free, all we have to do is look at history and see what it took for us to become enslaved. And if we find any place in our history that we voted ourselves into slavery, then I say let's go and get together and vote ourselves the hell out of slavery. And if we can find any place in history where we sang our way into it, then let's sing our way out of it. But the reality, that is not the case, sisters and brothers. The reality is that we are going to have to cut, shoot, and bomb our way out of the circumstances that we find ourselves confronted with. And I know that's not something that everybody wants to hear, and it's not something that a lot of folk want to hear. But it's the truth nevertheless. This is not a suggestion at this meeting that once you're on your way out, we're going to be handing out AK-47s for people to go out and do your thing. The reality is I'd be extremely afraid to pass out AK-47s in the community because I'd be afraid that I'd probably become one of the first victims of the AK-47. In other words, there's a lot of work that we have to do in the interim. But having said that there's a lot of work we have to do, we have to also remember that our objective is total, absolute liberation for our people. And you can't have it any other way. There's no way that you can talk about sharing the power over your lives with somebody else and then feeling like you got a right to complain about what somebody does to you. Either you want the power or you don't. And some people are afraid of the power, and some people are not afraid of the power. In fact, actually understand and believe that we need the power, but just don't believe we're going to ever be able to get the power. And so what they will do is find themselves compromising forever with a system that has never been able to bring anything but genocide and oppression to African people, as opposed to struggling to find some way to end our relationship with this North American hell that we've been confronted with for something like 500 years today. So we're a revolutionary organization. We're a revolutionary organization that was founded in 1972 at the back of the attack on and defeat of the Black Revolution of the 60s. The Black Revolution of the 60s was one of the most consequential things that has ever occurred in this country, and it's something that we have to struggle to understand. All of us need to struggle to understand. And we need to understand it because subsequent to the defeat of the Black Revolution of the 60s, there's been a lot of historical revisionism that's been occurring in this country. And what we find is today people tell us that the 60s was not about revolution, but it was about the flower children in Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco making love and not war. They tell us it was about hippies. Or if they find themselves talking about African people in this country, what they suggest is that perhaps it has something to do with a generational thing, that a few young people were caught up by these mysterious times and got involved, and they even sometimes suggested maybe somebody put something in the water and all of us went a little crazy. But the reality is that the 60s was a period that was characterized by the Chinese as an era within which there was great disorder under the heavens. And the reality is that revolution was the main trend in the entire world in the 60s, not just in Philadelphia. But everywhere in the world, oppressed people had risen up and were fighting for their freedom. And they were fighting all over Latin America. In fact, the 60s were opened with the great revolution in Cuba in 1959 that overthrew a U.S. puppet government under Batista, where the U.S. held Cuba as a whorehouse for white people and a gambling den for wealthy white people and gangsters and what have you. It was Cuba that opened up the 60s. It was, we saw the 60s see in places like Uruguay the rise of the Tupamaros who tried to make revolution there but were defeated. We saw in the 60s in Nicaragua, the FSLN, other revolutionary forces who rose up and initially were defeated. In China, the great cultural revolution opened up. In Africa, we saw revolutionary movements in places like Guinea-Bissau, Angola, Mozambique, South Africa, what have you, peoples around the world fighting to be free. And in this country, we saw revolutionary uprisings as well. And they manifested themselves sometimes in forms like the Black Panther Party and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and other revolutionary formations which existed throughout this country. We are a part of that era. And our organization was born at the time when the great revolution, Black Revolution of the 60s had been defeated. And that's an important era that I want to say something about. I want to say just a little bit more about the 60s because I think it's something that we need to sum up. Because most of us don't understand what the 60s were about. And even those of us who struggle for some kind of honest analysis or assessment of what that era was about, most of us don't understand what it's about. And I want to just say something about it because I think it has a lot to do with our situation today and how we understand the task before us right now. First of all, the 60s as a revolutionary period was given rise to by various changes in the structure of the world economy. And particularly what I'm talking about is as a consequence of the Second Imperialist War, which is too often referred to as World War II, and where people tell us that it was a war that was fought for democracy, but which in fact was an imperialist war where everybody engaged in the war was bandits. And in fact, everybody engaged in the war was involved in a process of trying to redivide the world. It was a war to redivide the world. It was a war where Germany, having felt as a consequence of the first imperialist war, which also was a war to redivide the world, having felt that it had lost most of its possessions, its colonial possessions, and even part of its territory through the Versailles Treaty, had struck out to dominate the world. And it was a war where England, which at that juncture was characterized as an empire upon which the sun never set, was defending its interests. And it was a war which, as a consequence, saw Europe, the economic infrastructure of Europe destroyed or nearly destroyed, and the same thing happening to Japan, and resulting in the United States leaving that war as the most powerful country in the world. That was the basis for the rise, the immediate rise of U.S. imperialism, devastation of Europe and then of Japan. And what came as a consequence, because the war was not fought on U.S. territory, but was fought throughout Europe and was fought in Japan, we saw the world monetary system move from England, where it had been previously, to the United States. And we saw what had previously been colonies of Europe and Japan now becoming colonies or neo-colonies of the United States, where now the United States had penetrated most of the former colonies of France and England and Holland and the rest of them, whether that was in places like Nigeria or Cameroon or India, what have you. Now the United States was involved in contesting the power of European imperialists for control of the economy of most of the world. Same thing was happening in Asia. And so as a consequence of this imperialist shakeup, now the U.S. had a greater, and I want to just say one other thing about this, because we get fed a lot of fairy tales about the Second Imperialist War, and it's something that African people cannot tolerate. Because again, we get told that this war was something about democracy and fighting for democracy, but it was a war that occurred at a time where lynching was a national pastime in this country, lynching of African people. And it is a war that I want to say something, because today we hear people making statements like that the United States government currently is acting like Nazis or something to that extent. But the reality is that the Nazis had nothing on the U.S., and certainly it had nothing on forces like England. And what has happened as a consequence of the Second Imperialist War is we have come to understand in the world that the worst crime in the world has been committed against white people by other white people. And that is the murder of the Jews that happened in Europe, in particular in Germany, has been characterized as the worst atrocity in human history. In fact, it was so serious that up until the Second Imperialist War, the 1940s, there was no such term as genocide. The term of genocide was something that was created to define what Hitler had done to the Jews. That's an extraordinary thing, given the history of the rise of imperialism in the world, the history of the rise of capitalism in the world, that saw Leopold from Belgium killed from 10 to 20 million Africans in the Congo alone. Given the fact that when Columbus came, when he first landed in Haiti, there were 8 million Indians there. 4 years later, there were only 3 million Indians left. Given the fact that when white people first came to the Americas, there were more Indians in the Americas than there were white people in Europe. There were an estimated 100 million Indians in the Americas and only an estimated 70 million white people in Europe. But by the 1880s, that population of the indigenous people had been reduced by 98%. But even with all of that reality, we have this thing that there was no such word as genocide until white people killed white people as they did in Germany and the rest of Europe. And so here we have this thing that they said this war was fought for democracy, to deal with the Nazis who were killing Jews. And of course, Hitler has become the greatest criminal in all human history. But if the truth would be told, what they would have to say is that Churchill made Hitler look like a Boy Scout, because Churchill and the British bragged about the fact that they constituted an empire upon which the sun never set, which meant that from their perspective, they were bragging about the fact that they had more slaves than anybody on the planet Earth. But what Hitler did, that was the criminal act, was he treated white people the way the white world were treating Africans and Indians and everybody else around the world. And this was the thing that was an unpardonable act by Hitler. And that means to me that this whole concept of Nazism and fascism cannot be used as a criteria to talk to me about democracy. Because if you want to find somebody who has committed crimes against the peoples of the world, you don't have to go to Hitler. You can start with Columbus and Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and the rest of them as far as African and other oppressed peoples are concerned. This is the reality that we really need to understand. This is the reality that we need to understand. So I don't measure anything that's happening to African or other oppressed peoples around the world about some contest between white people about who was going to control the rest of the world. We don't do that. But what happened, of course, is the Second Imperialist War did happen. And it changed the structure of the world economy when it happened. And so America, what we call America today, became the most powerful country in the world. And it had this crucial problem it had to solve. And the problem was, where was it going to get the workers that it now needed to transform the raw materials that it was bringing from Europe, from colonies which were previously controlled by Europe? Where were the raw materials where were the workers going to come from to transform these raw materials into finished products? Are you with me? Who was going to take the bauxite that they're now getting from places like Guyana and West Africa? Who was going to take the cocoa beans that they were getting from West Africa and transform it into something useful? In the past, what they would do is go to Eastern Europe to get workers and bring them here. In fact, that's where the term hunky came from the Hungarians. And it was white people fighting against other white people who were Hungarians who came up with the term hunky to describe those Hungarians and actually fought them in the streets over jobs. So that's where they previously went when they needed workers. But they couldn't go to Eastern Europe to do it now because Eastern Europe had become part of what they refer to as the Soviet bloc. So in order to get the workers they need to transform the raw materials into finished products, they went down south. They had to go down south. But in order to get workers from down south, they had to attack the basic relations of production that occurred in the South. And by that I mean this. In this country, there were two means of capitalist production. In the North, capitalist production was capital intensive, which meant that it occurred in factories using machineries and what have you. In the South, capitalist production was labor intensive, which meant that it was just a lot of back-breaking work, planting crops, harvesting crops, clearing swamps, laying railroad ties and the rest of it, and we were the ones who were doing that work. Now, you had a situation where the economy of the world was changing, and now these raw materials are coming into factories, and what the dominant capitalist forces in this country, which were financial capitalists, needed was somebody to put in those damn factories to turn that raw materials into finished products that they could sell here and around the world, including back to Europe and back to Japan, which had now been devastated by the war. So how were they going to do this? If they couldn't simply do it because the southern white capitalists were not going to willingly allow African people to leave. In fact, it was during a time where most of our parents and grandparents were sharecroppers in the South. You couldn't leave if you wanted to leave. In fact, people had to literally sneak out of the South, leave at midnight and what have you, to escape from sharecropping, because if they caught you leaving often, they would put you in the chain gang and then rent you out to the same plantation that you were trying to get away from. That was the kind of democracy that African people were experiencing in this country at that time. So these Southern capitalists were not about to simply allow African people to go work in factories up north, or not about to allow African people even to work in factories that white capitalists, the other capitalists, wanted to open up in the South. And so in order to facilitate that, they had to have a revolution that would transform, that would change the relations of production, that would make it possible for African people to work in the factories, to be able to leave the South and go to the North, to be able to get the education necessary in order to work in factories, and that was an absolute necessity. But they had to have a revolution that would not overturn the entire system, a revolution that was limited to serve the interests of the capitalists ultimately, who wanted access to our labor. And so it was based on this that we saw the rise of the civil rights movement in this country. And the civil rights movement represented an alliance between the liberal sector of the white ruling class in this country and between the liberal sector of the African petty bourgeoisie or middle class. That's what the civil rights movement was. And the civil rights movement, the liberal sector of the African petty bourgeoisie wanted this civil rights movement because they assumed that if they had basic democratic rights, if African masses had the right to vote, then they'd have the ability to be elected, because they assumed that they could integrate into the capitalist system if African masses had the right to vote. We were living in places throughout the South where often there were majority African communities, where black people could not register, black people could not vote, black people could not run for office, and the only criteria for running for office and being in power was that you be white. And so they had often illiterate, tobacco-chewing, backwoodsmen, white people who were functioning as sheriff and mayor and what have you, had no education. In the same cities, we had brothers who had sometimes studied not only at places like Tuskegee and Howard, but Harvard and throughout Europe and what have you, and had to get off the sidewalk just because some tobacco-chewing backwoodsman was coming in the same direction. Couldn't run for office, couldn't do anything, and lived a life of terror. They knew that they could do a better job not only running the county, running the city, but they felt they could integrate into the capitalist system if the masses of African people had a right to vote. And so we found this alliance emerging between the liberal sector of the white ruling class, based mostly in the North, and the liberal sector of the African petty bourgeoisie or middle class. And the civil rights movement was born off this. This is the basis for the fact that the civil rights movement was based strategically on philosophical nonviolence. No matter what happens, that we would always be nonviolent, because the civil rights movement was funded by the liberal sector of the white ruling class. And they were not about to fund a movement that could actually overturn the entire system. They were not about to fund a movement where African people would actually pick up a gun and fight back. It was an absolute necessity that the leadership of that movement called for nonviolence under any circumstances, no matter what crimes, what atrocities committed against our people, our community, our children, our women, we would be nonviolent. In fact, the civil rights movement used to have classes on getting beaten. If you couldn't go on a demonstration with the civil rights movement without first going through this class where they throw stuff on you just like it was the white people who was going to throw it on you, where they smack you around and talk bad to you, they wanted to make sure that we were going to act right when we got out there with the white folks. And the reality, of course, is we didn't need any classes on getting beaten. We were experts at that. But that's exactly what was happening with that movement. Some people mystify that. They say the civil rights movement was based on nonviolence because Martin Luther King was a Christian. And that's total and absolute nonsense. The reality is the Ku Klux Klan was also a Christian organization. And their Christianity told them to lynch and kill black people who wanted freedom, and King's Christianity told us to nonviolently be lynched and be killed in the process of having freedom. Had nothing to do with Christianity, had nothing to do with religion. The reality is that it was a movement that was funded by a sector of the ruling class that did not want to see itself overturned, just wanted to see another sector of it moved out of the way so that capitalism could grow and flourish in this country. Y'all with me on that? I know that ain't the fairy tale that we often get told, because the fairy tale is there was a good white liberal who woke up one day, decided he was going to love us, and then there were some good black people who believed in nonviolence and just marched off. But there were objective, material conditions at work, and we need to understand them if we want to talk about how we free ourselves. And so that movement kicked off. And the problem, of course, is that the movement went much further than anybody thought it would go. The people who constructed such an alliance as that made the assumption that the average African masses of sharecroppers and what have you were simply malleable, backwards, ignorant folk who could simply be led any way that the ruling class and the black liberals wanted them to be led. But the truth of the matter is this, that the people, any people, once in the process of changing the world, become changed themselves. And people who one day were simply uneducated sharecroppers who were out trying to change the world, they became transformed. And they stood up like people like Fannie Lou Hamer and people like Willie Ricks and others, sung and unsung heroes, and they made a tremendous movement and found and discovered their own interests, and their own interests were separate and distinct from the interests either of the liberal sector of the white ruling class or the African petty bourgeoisie. So that by 1964, when the first the Civil Rights Bill was passed, and then 1965, when the Voting Rights Act was passed, it all should have been over effectively because the basic democratic rights that the movement was struggling for had been achieved. But it hadn't been achieved for the masses of African workers and poor people who were able to determine that yes, the preachers and the lawyers and the rest of it, you got what you want, but what we want and need is black power. 1966, the demand for black power came out of Mississippi, of all places. The demand for black power came out of Mississippi. And the demand for black power did more than anything, what it did was change or expose the real nature of the struggle that we were involved in, and it made it clear that we're not out here trying to struggle to change anybody's mind. What we want is power over our own lives. And when the movement determined that the issue was power, what it did was put itself in the same level as all the other revolutionary struggles of oppressed people happening everywhere in the world. It became an anti-colonial movement. At the juncture, the issue became one of power. When they said power, it united with the struggles being led by people like Che Guevara, not only throughout Latin America, but in Africa and all the oppressed and fighting peoples of the world. That became a crucial issue. It became a crucial determination. It concretized in the real world what the struggle was about. And so that we came to understand that the issue is not to make your oppressor like you and struggling against his racism. The issue is not running around trying to educate the oppressor to stop doing something bad to you. The issue was to get the power over your life so that no matter what the oppressor thinks about you, he can't do nothing to hurt you. In fact, if you want to, you can do a job on him. That's what the issue, that's what became clear to us. And so the movement achieved that amount of clarity. And of course, the fundamental thing was that it was a movement that took its ideological leadership from Malcolm X. And I mean explicitly Malcolm X. I want to be clear about that. I'm not talking about any other connection Malcolm might have had any other time. I'm talking about Malcolm X was the ideological leader of this movement. And to further the point that I want to make, because some people like to attribute Malcolm X and what he said to Elijah Muhammad. I do not. And I do not do that because Elijah didn't do that. In fact, Elijah kicked Malcolm out of the organization precisely because he did not represent what Elijah did. And there was a tremendous split in the movement at that time with folk who believed in revolution. Because you ain't never heard nobody from the Nation of Islam before or since Malcolm X talk about the revolution. The revolution. And that was the thing that distinguished, that was the thing that drew the line in the organization. Somebody was talking about revolution, and Malcolm was that person, and he became the ideological father, if you will, of this movement that we are dealing with even today. In fact, Malcolm had been killed by the imperialists precisely because of where he was trying to take the movement even before it matured to the place that it matured. Malcolm was assassinated, but it was too late. And so by 1966, the movement was talking about power, black power over our own lives. By 1967, we saw the rise of the Black Panther Party, which took the struggle even further, and recognizing that, and which was an organization immediately and explicitly informed by Malcolm X, influenced by Malcolm X, who told us, Malcolm, who told us that every African, since it's legal to have a shotgun, every African should have a shotgun in his house. And he's also said that we should form rifle clubs. Didn't he say this? We should form rifle clubs all over this country. And Huey P. Newton heard Malcolm X and formed the Black Panther Party, and was able to say that it was the influence of Malcolm X and, of course, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which also was influenced by Malcolm X, that gave rise to the Black Panther Party and what it stood for. And so we saw the rise of the Panther Party, and we saw tremendous anxiety occurring in this country, so much so that J. Edgar Hoover, who was then the executive director of the FBI, which is one of the secret political police in this country, characterized the Black Panther Party as the greatest threat to the internal security of the United States since the Civil War. Not Gaddafi, not Saddam Hussein, not the Russians, but ordinary African working class folk, most of whom lived in housing projects and had to use public transportation to get from one part of the city to the other. This was the force that Hoover declared was the greatest internal threat to the security of this country. And that's a statement about the potential for the power that we look for. And that's a statement about where the power should be looked for. It is in the masses of African workers and poor people who, given organization and ideological clarity, can achieve anything. That's the thing that Hoover and the FBI recognized. Unfortunately, not too many of our leaders today recognize that. And that's also the basis for most of the attacks that we see happening on the African workers and poor people in the housing projects and every place else, because that's where the revolution is at. So the FBI, we know that various military intelligence organizations were involved in the struggle to crush our revolutionary movement. We know that revolution became the main trend in this country, that it was the Black Revolution once unleashed, which gave rise to virtually every other progressive entity that occurred. It was the Black Revolution even that took the white woman out the kitchen and white homosexuals out the closet. It was the Black Revolution that energized the movements of other oppressed peoples, the indigenous peoples in this country. It was a powerful and profound revolutionary movement that shook this country to its very foundation, that shook the system to its very foundation. I shall never forget the sight after they had assassinated Martin Luther King, and I'm talking about the federal government, after they assassinated Martin Luther King, and the rebellions which emerged throughout this country by African people. I shall never forget the sight of them circling the White House with tanks with the assumption that the Africans had achieved enough organization that we might actually be able to seize the White House. They know where the power is. Unfortunately, too often we forget where the power is. And what we saw was a movement to cut and undermine the revolution, a movement that created assassinations, created what we refer to as a counterinsurgency. And a counterinsurgency is a military term, and it's a military term of warfare that uses every form. It uses psychological warfare, it uses actual armed struggle, it uses economic warfare, and the primary strategic aims of counterinsurgency is resource and population control. To control the resources, to control the population that they are dealing with. And we saw immediately after the defeat of the Black Revolution of the 60s, we saw Richard Milhouse Nixon reward the man who was the architect of the FBI's counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, which was, whose name was William Sullivan. Nixon rewarded Sullivan by sending him to a post in Southeast Asia where he was supposed to make a war against drugs. Southeast Asia was an area that was called the Golden Triangle. It was called that because most of the world's heroin was coming from that area. So here the man who killed Fred Hampton, the man who was responsible for Rizzo attacking the Panther Party here in New York and stripping them naked before the press so that you would be demoralized and feel like there was no win. Now this man was sent to Southeast Asia to fight a war against drugs that we didn't even know existed. And shortly after Sullivan got to Southeast Asia, he recruited people like G. Gordon Liddy, you ever heard of him? E. Howard Hunt, Richard Secord, who was recently involved in the drug scandal with Oliver North. They became a part of an organization that he created, the acronym for which is ODALE, that became the Drug Enforcement Administration. This was the birth of the Drug Enforcement Administration. This was also the origin of the heroin epidemic that hit our communities as soon as the Panthers and other revolutionary organizations were taken off the street. This was the source of the heroin epidemic. This was the time when the United States government was involved in a counterinsurgency war against the heroic and courageous people of Vietnam. And so on the one hand, they were making war against the people of Vietnam, and they were making war against the African people here with another counterinsurgency in the form of heroin. And the heroin was everywhere. There was not a city that was too small or too rural if African people were there for heroin not to be there. And so that's what we saw emerge, and this was around 71, 72, the year of the founding of the African People's Socialist Party, when as far as they were concerned, it was supposed to all be over. Then what we saw was in 1979, of course, the Sandinistas, the FSLN, rode into Managua and rode into power in Managua, overthrowing Somoza, the Somoza regime that had been put in place by the U.S. government. And when the Sandinistas rolled into Managua, then the strategic counterinsurgent efforts of the United States government shifted from Southeast Asia into Latin America. And guess what? Just so happens in Latin America, most of the world's cocaine is grown and harvested. And guess what? All of a sudden, African people lost our taste for heroin, and suddenly we got involved in cocaine. But it wasn't just cocaine. It wasn't cocaine. It was a derivative of cocaine. It was something that somebody went into a laboratory and created so that it would be cheap enough for massive distribution throughout the African community. So now there's a counterinsurgency war that's being initiated against the Nicaraguan people and the Nicaraguan revolution, and another war that's being initiated against the African people here in the form of crack cocaine chemical warfare. This is what we are talking about. The United States government did it recently in August 20th, in fact, August 20 of 1996, a white guy out of San Jose, working for the San Jose Mercury News, kicked off a series of newspaper articles revealing the FBI involvement in creating crack cocaine epidemic in our country, in our communities rather. And this was something that came out of San Jose. Just so happened, you know, San Jose is about 45 minutes away from Oakland, where we waged struggles from 1980 something up until now, exposing the fact that it's the United States government that is the pusher in our communities. In fact, we raised the slogan after they assassinated Huey P. Newton, "Who killed Huey? Don't tell no lie. It's the government, the FBI." And then the other slogan, because they wanted to tie Huey to the drug question, was that what we understood was that the White House is the crack house and Uncle Sam is the pusher man. And so, but I want you to understand this, that Gary Webb, the white guy who wrote this series of articles, he got fired from his job for that and came under serious attack from various other sources. He didn't just write some articles that appeared in the San Jose Mercury News. The reality is that along with that, especially on the internet, there was 160 pages of actual documentation. And this documentation was from court records, from interviews with people who were involved in putting the drugs in our community, from young Ricky Ross, who they a 19-year-old high school dropout that the CIA agent found in Los Angeles, California, a high school dropout who couldn't read. In fact, he was a tennis star in high school but had to quit, couldn't play tennis because he couldn't read. And the FBI agent found Ricky. He had never seen cocaine in his life. You understand? And a CIA agent, rather, found him and then made him into the cocaine dealer that participated in distributing crack cocaine throughout this country. But when you talk about the CIA, you know, what has to be understood is you're talking about the American government. That's the American government that did it. It's the American government that put crack cocaine in our communities. That's resulted in, we don't know how many people locked up, how many people dead as a consequence. That is the American government. The CIA is the American government. The FBI was not just J. Edgar Hoover. That was the American government that was attacking us. And in this instance, it was the American government that used CIA to crush our movement, to destroy the morale of our communities so that revolution would never rear its head in this country again. That was their intention. That was what it was about. And so a movement was crushed down. We had a situation where the whole community, for years, the African community, we lived in an era that we characterized one of demoralization and defeat, where you couldn't even talk to the masses about revolution, where the people, the last memory that people had of revolution were tanks in the streets, militants being assassinated, and they would kill people in very exemplary ways, the way they killed King, shot him in the mouth, the way they assassinated Malcolm, the way they killed Fred Hampton. They didn't have to kill any of those folk in that way. They could have fixed it so they looked like they had a heart attack. They could have fixed it so it looked like they slipped in the bathtub and cracked their skull. They could have fixed it, make it look like a car accident. But they didn't do that because J. Edgar Hoover had made the statement that what he wanted to be very clear was that to young Africans, that if you become a revolutionary, you'll be a dead revolutionary. And so it was designed to demoralize the community and create this sense of invincibility and white power that you can't fight them without dying. And we run into African people all the time. We start talking about, let's get organized, let's do something. They say, well, it don't make no sense in getting organized because every time we get a leader, they kill it. That was the sentiment in our community. And people were, in many instances, terrified to sit up in a meeting like this with children and what have you, and have the door kicked in and FBI and agents and other cops running in with their guns drawn. This was common stuff. where the FBI would attack a building and would destroy the materials, where they take your newspapers and sit them in the middle of the room and set them on fire, or piss on them, or do some other kinds of things that make them. This was the terror that existed inside this country. And so this was what we've had to overcome. And now they put the crack cocaine in our community, and it demoralized the African workers and poor people who are the heartbeat of the revolution. Let me tell you that. That's where the revolution is. And when they did this to the young African workers and poor people, then we saw all these other so-called Negro leaders who would come up attacking the community. The problem was the community. We need to atone. We need this and that. It wasn't that the government was the problem. It was the people who were the problem. And so we had to struggle against this concept that was out there, even among the African working class itself. Because what we found is that the people who were out pushing crack cocaine often thought it was their idea that they were doing it. They thought, I'm out here doing this because this is my idea, but it wasn't their idea. What the imperialists, the capitalists, what white power had done was take away all the other options and say, if you want to live, this is what you can do to live on, and put crack cocaine there. I'm not a hunter, but I'm told that in places like in the Arctic, where indigenous people sometimes might hunt a wolf, they'll take a double-edged blade and they'll put blood on the blade and they'll melt the ice and stick the handle in the ice so that only the blade is protruding, and that a wolf will smell the blood and wants to eat, and it'll come and lick the blade trying to eat. And what happens is when the wolf licks the blade, of course, he cuts his tongue and he bleeds, and he thinks he's really having a good meal. He drinks and he licks and he licks, and of course he's drinking his own blood and he kills himself. That's what the imperialists did to us with crack cocaine. You got these young brothers out there thinking that they're getting something that they're gonna make a living with. They're getting something they can buy a car, like the white people have cars. Why can't I have a car? They're getting something that they can get a piece of gold. The white people have gold. Why can't I have gold? They're getting something to get a house. The white people have a house. Why can't I have a house? And they actually think that it's something that's bringing resources to them, but they're killing themselves, just like the wolf who's licking the blade, and they're slowly dying without knowing it. That's what's happening to the community. You with me on that? That's exactly and precisely what happens to the community. And instead of blaming the hunter who put the damn handle and the blade in the ice for the wolf, that what happens is the wolf gets blamed for trying to live. That's what happens in our community. You don't blame the person, the victim, you blame the oppressor. Imperialism, white power is the enemy. Was the enemy when it first came to Africa, snatched up the first African, brought us here against our will, is the enemy today. That's the thing that we have to understand. And now upon that, and there can't be any compromise on that. No compromise on it. I know your television got stolen, mine too. But we can't limit the discussion and the issue and the understanding to some immediate personal contradiction that we have with somebody who's victimized by imperialism. I know you got a sister or an aunt or a cousin or somebody who ripped you off because they own that stuff, but we can't limit our understanding based on our own personal relationship to it, because imperialism is making war against all of us. He got hooked first, and he becomes an instrument of imperialism when he does what he does to us in our community. So the community is demoralized. And this is one of the most effective counterinsurgency tools that you can have, where the victim actually believes that he is responsible for what's going on. Where the victim, and then the victims become increasingly demoralized by his behavior because he knows something's wrong with what he's doing. Of course, one of the things that happens too is that the crack addiction, the drug addiction, it creates political justification for militarizing our community, for taking away every right you think you won. You think you got some rights. You think that you got freedom of speech. You think you got freedom of assembly. And then, of course, they use the existence of the crack that they put in your community as a basis and justification for taking it away from you. And so now here you have Africans. 34 years ago in this country, an African who would try to register to join the Democratic Party. 34 years ago, an African in this country who would try to register to join the Democratic Party would be taken out and lynched, have his sexual organs cut off and stuffed in his mouth. Do you understand? This is America I'm talking about. 34 years ago, that was the case. 33 years ago in this country, in Africa, couldn't drive from one part of the country to the other and stop on the highway to use a service station to pee without facing death. 33 years ago in this country. And today, they want to convince you and I that it's the African population, that's the criminal population all of a sudden, and that white power has to be terrified of us. This is the circumstances that we're living with today. This is a consequence of the success of counterinsurgency. Destroy our leaders, destroy our organization, disperse the members of the organization, and then turn reality upside down. This becomes a part of the counterinsurgency, where now through the media and various other forms, they redefine the relationship, the historical relationship that we've always had. And many of our own folk, as I said before, in particular the black leaders, unite with the definition that they create for us. So this is the struggle. And so for the totality of our existence, we've been trying to deal with the counterinsurgency. The counterinsurgency, it was not just drugs. The counterinsurgency also involved what we refer to as neo-colonialism. Some people refer to it as Negro colonialism. And neo-colonialism is white power in a black face. And it's used everywhere in the world. There's a man named Kwame Nkrumah who came up with the concept of neo-colonialism. Under old colonialism, it was real clear who was running stuff, because the white man stood on top of everything, controlled every aspect of our lives. Neo, which means new. Neo-colonialism comes about only when the masses become so politically astute that they will not accept domination by foreigners anymore. You with me on that? Just ain't gonna do it. Say, kill the white man, kill the white eyes, fuck up whitey. You understand? Neo-colonialism comes about when the masses become too astute and to accept obvious foreign domination. Then it becomes necessary for them to use what they call indirect rule, neo-colonialism. Neo-colonialism is white power in a black face, white power in a brown face, white power in a yellow face. Neo-colonialism is white power in disguise, white power masquerading as something else, white power trying to look like you, white power that know how to do the walk, white power in a dashiki. And so the most significant way they utilize neo-colonialism, put it in place in this country, is through the electoral process. Look at, and some of the places where they've done it, circumstances they've done it in, helps to clarify exactly what I'm talking about. Look at Philadelphia as an example. Under the boot of this terrorist thug Rizzo, who left the planet Earth before we got organized well enough and became clear enough to help his exit. Here, a thug who I'm told that even among the pigs, that I'm told that he used a blackjack and hit a Negro pig's wife in the mouth at a party. You understand? Who bragged that he had a police department that was so vicious that it could defeat the Cuban army. Talking about this thug. And the masses of African people rising up, trying to get organized to get rid of this thug. This was the basis of a huge movement that existed in Philadelphia. Big old so-called Black United Front got created in Philadelphia around that. And who becomes the spokesperson, the helmsman for this movement? A Democratic Party hack who's never made a single move to help African people, who all the years she's been in the Democratic Party never stood up for African people, never stood up to Rizzo, never said feed, clothe, and house my people. All these African people got behind Wilson Good. and elected him as the mayor, didn't they? I mean, people worked like hell to elect and did some fierce political work in this city. And in this city, they had a holdover, a remnant of the movement that didn't get quite wiped out, at least visibly, in dreadlocks and what have you, and everybody calling themselves Africa. And it was a real problem for the city of Philadelphia. And so when it became time to get rid of them permanently, it wasn't Rizzo. Rizzo tried it and the people pushed him back. It was Wilson Good who gave the order and bragged about it. Yes, I did it. Yes, I did, he said. I know he wrote some nonsense later after he found out him and his ugly wife couldn't walk the streets without meeting the terrible opposition of black folks. He's trying to talk his way out of it. But I saw him on television and said, yes, I gave the order and I'd do it again. And he had a bomb drop on them African people. Why didn't he drop a bomb on Rizzo? He did it. And when he did it, it confused so many people. And people were in a state of denial because they went out and worked for this guy. They worked. They couldn't believe it. And they made up excuses for him. You heard them say it. He didn't do it. He didn't. I'm looking at that just like the Rodney King situation. He didn't do it. They didn't do it. No, don't tell me. He admitted to doing it. He bragged about it. And not only him, but a whole cabal of Negroes in that administration with him participated in it. And it confused all these massive, what would have happened if Rizzo would have dropped that bomb? Not only would Philadelphia have been on fire, but there wouldn't have been a city in this country with black people that wouldn't have been burning. But they could do it because of Wilson Good. That's neo-colonialism. Confuse the masses of the people. So we live at a time today where there's an estimated 10,000 black elected officials in this country today, and 4 times as many Negroes who have been appointed to some kinds of administrative capacity in government. And yet, the conditions of existence of African people in this country in 1998 is worse than it was in 1968 in terms of material situation. And that is the truth. And not one of the 40 or 50,000 Negroes who have some modicum of power has said, feed, clothe, and house my people. Not one. Tell me one. Not one. And neo-colonialism became an effective tool. And it became a cover for white power. Well, it can't be racism because y'all got a black police chief. Ain't that what they say? You can't be racism because the mayor is black. And we agree with them. It's colonialism. It is colonialism. It is foreign domination. It is domination by a foreign and alien power over another people. That is colonialism. And a colonial power will use anybody. Hell, the British used Kenyan rifle people out of Kenya, black people, recruited them from all over the British Empire, all over Africa. Idi Amin was a part of it, to put down revolution and resistance by other black people all over the place. But everybody was clear that it was colonialism they were fighting against, and that's a key thing for us to understand. Because you get in this racism question, you can't even explain why the hell Good dropped the bomb. You can't explain why black people have been in white people's armies to kill other black people. But it's colonialism. It is the political power that we have to fight for. We have to have the power. And damn it, let me tell you something. The issue is not whether white people like you. The issue is whether you have the power so that whether they like you or not, they can't do nothing to hurt you. And guess what? When you got power, you find out a lot of people would like you who didn't like you before. If you really want somebody to like your ass, get your ass some power. Get some power and see how many friends you have overnight. I'm telling you. And that's what the struggle is about. It's about power. And so this became an important aspect of the counterinsurgency. It was drugs. And then it became this neo-colonialism, this white power in blackface that dominates our community everywhere. And so since the 1960s, since our founding in 1972, the task of our movement, our party, has been to try and rebuild the revolution, to bring the masses of African people back into political life. Do you understand? Because that is the essential character of a revolutionary period. You know you got a revolutionary period when the masses have been swept up into political life. And when I say political life, I'm not talking about chanting, "Run, Jesse, run," every 4 years. I'm talking about the political life that we saw during the era of the Black Panther Party, where young African men and women had taken over our community, had set up free breakfast for school children programs, had established free sickle cell anemia testing programs, had established security teams would monitor the pigs in our community, had built revolutionary consciousness among the masses of the people, had brought to them an understanding, as Huey P. Newton said, that real political power comes from the barrel of the gun. When you have a mass of people who thrown into political action, seeking to determine our own future, determine that nobody shall decide what power and freedom is for us but us, saying that the power I want is a black power, it's a nappy-headed power, it's a thick-nosed power, it's a big lip power, it's a boombox on my shoulder power. I set the terms for what I'm talking about, not the oppressor. You know what I'm saying? That's the struggle. That's the struggle. Power is the thing that we have to have and we'll be fighting for. And we've been doing this for several years. And there have been several recently good signs that help us to say that we have changed, we have moved into a new era. That we can't characterize this era that we live in today as one is defeating demoralization, because clearly what is happening is we have entered into an era of resistance and crisis. Crisis for the system and resistance among more and more oppressed peoples around the world. Of course, this crisis can be seen in a number of ways. And just, briefly, Oklahoma City was crisis of the system itself. When a white boy would go and blow up the whole federal building and kill 160 some odd people, it's crisis. It's crisis that the system cannot even define what had happened. It's crisis as the same system that would characterize Khalid Muhammad would have the entire Congress of the United States pass a resolution condemning Khalid Muhammad because he made a statement about white people and Jews on the one hand, but a Congress that can't make a single statement about a militia after they blow up and kill 168 people. White boy did it. A crisis that was evident in the fact that they were ready to blame it on the Arab or black people or anybody that bombing, and when they found out that a white boy had done it, they couldn't even begin to talk about it. That's crisis. That's profound crisis. It's crisis that makes me say maybe we should take the guns out of the hands of young black people and put them in the hands of young white people. It's crisis when you look up and white boys go to school nowadays to kill everybody in the joint. It's crisis when the 15-year-old white boy who just did the killing, you have to sneak around his house because he's got bombs all over the place ready to blow something else up. It's crisis of the system. I'm telling you, that's what you're looking at. It's crisis, it's a part of a crisis where even white folk have concluded that the system, they can't solve their problem inside the system itself, where growing numbers of white people are armed to the teeth all over this country. Listen, it used to be a time when those white people who were armed around the country, they were patriotic and they'd kill you. They reactionary. They are reactionary that's out there now. But they would get organized to kill you, but they would never blow up a federal building. They would never try to kill white people. They would never, unless the white people were so-called nigger lovers. They'd never try to attack the government, but now they mad with the government for the same reason, and you're central to it, But now they're armed to shoot the government. They're armed to kill the sheriff, to blow up the feds, and the rest of it. That is crisis that exists inside this country. And that's what we're looking at. And we also see resistance happening. And evidence of the resistance, I think, was the Million Man March, where we saw, and I want to tell you that I'm in total disagreement with what I think is the most reactionary, backwards call that was associated with the Million Man March, that somehow black people were supposed to go to Washington, D.C., 1 million people, they would atone for our sins. I mean, if you're going to send 1 million people to Washington, D.C., at least give them a brick. You understand what I'm saying? And I mean, if you go to atone for our sins, how in the hell, this is the most incredible thing I've ever heard of. How in the hell do I look in Washington? I mean, you know, and maybe in my community, maybe I go to church, maybe I go to the park and say, I surely did this. But to go to Washington, D.C., which is the headquarters of the crimes against the peoples of the world, which is the headquarters of the crimes of Africans and other oppressed people in Philadelphia and everywhere we live, and talking about I'm going there to atone for my sins. What they should have did is call for Clinton to come out with his hands up. You understand? But when you saw 2 million people show up there, it was clearly an indication that the people wanted to resist. When you saw the thousands of people come out to the Million Women's March, it was clearly a sign that people are looking for a way to resist. Although they ain't found it yet in those instances, but they're looking for resistance. And I want to tell you just briefly another thing that I think is bringing us even clearer, because this is what we're looking for, how to give some kind of leadership to the intent, to the will, to the interest of the people in resistance. In October 24th of 1996 in St. Petersburg, Florida, I heard a radio station, WHAT here, had some bad things to say about us in relationship to that. But an 18-year-old African was shot down by the police in St. Petersburg, Florida. And immediately after he was shot down, because it was 3 blocks away from our headquarters, there were members of our movement which were in the streets. And because we were in the streets, we helped the people to understand the nature of the police in our community and what that was about. And as a consequence of all of that, when all the cops were out there, what developed was immediately hand-to-hand combat with the police, between the police and the people. And then what it developed on beyond that was 2 police precincts in the community got burned to the ground, a police car got burned up, some media vehicles got burned up, and some usury exploitive white merchants got burned out of the community. And the government right away said that the reason it happened was because of the Uhuru Movement, that we incited the rebellion. And because they said we incited the rebellion, they targeted the Uhuru Movement that with the clear intentions to criminalize us before public opinion and then to put us in jail. But the problem was that, that the black middle class, the way it usually does, it was in motion in St. Petersburg after the killing and the rebellion, and they wanted to rush down to the white folks and say, if y'all give us some money, then we won't allow these rebellions to happen anymore. But the difficulty they had was the white power had already said we started the rebellion. So they couldn't go get the money from the white folks without having a relationship with us. So that meant that now all the preachers and black business people were in a coalition with us. And that meant that if they wanted to put us in jail, they had to put the preachers and everybody else in jail. And so that created a political problem for them that made it hard for them to do. And they wrote editorials telling the preachers disassociate themselves with Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru Movement because we won't renounce violence. Here they done kill this youngster in the streets and we won't renounce violence. And so they needed to find a way to get rid of us because we were having demonstrations. We wouldn't let them sweep it under the rug. It was a rebellion that had consciousness. It wasn't like LA, and it wasn't like the rebellions that had happened in Miami previously. It was clear. It was a conscious rebellion. It had revolutionary consciousness. And they wanted to get rid of the origin of that consciousness. And so on November 13th, some 3 weeks after they killed Teron Lewis and the thing's still going on, what they did was they sent some 30 members of a special weapons team in camouflage outfits and carrying automatic weapons to arrest a member of our movement outside of the building for having an expired license plate. And it drew the attention of hundreds of people in the community. And so there were hundreds of Africans who were standing around watching the police. They pepper sprayed me in the face. They pepper sprayed a young woman leader of our movement in the face. And they were clearly, what they were trying to do was start a confrontation that would justify them wiping us out and getting rid of their problem once and for all. And so they just rode up and down the streets for hours with 4 and 5 in a car, with a gun sticking out of the car doors and what have you. And then at about 6 o'clock, they blocked off the streets and told people that if they came to our scheduled meeting, that they'd put them in jail. About 6:30, they told those of us who were in the meeting hall, and there were about 100 of us, including babies and other children and women and men, they gave us 5 minutes to get out of the building. They were going to shoot tear gas in the building. By now, there are 300 cops outside our place. You understand? There's the St. Petersburg Police Department, Pinellas County Sheriff Department, the Florida Highway Patrol, there's Largo Police Department, Clearwater Police Department, and there are 300 cops outside in front of the place. And they said, we declared this an illegal and unlawful assembly. And then they started shooting tear gas into our building. They used all the tear gas they had in the city of St. Petersburg in that building. They had a helicopter, they had a light airplane. It looked just like MOVE all over again. And people, that's what people on the outside saying. And they're just shooting tear gas. They used the tear gas canisters that set the tree on fire behind the building. They were shooting the canisters, trying to set the roof on fire by shooting the tear gas canisters up on the roof. And what happened was that the brothers and sisters in the community got their T-shirts and tied them around their faces, and they picked up bricks, bottles, and automatic weapons, and they confronted the cops. They shot down a helicopter, wounded 2 cops, and chased 300 cops out of the community, and that's why I'm able to be having this discussion with you here on today. So it's just another sign of the resistance that's trying to emerge. We have to take advantage of this era. Some people are. That's why you see all these marches talking about everybody's got a march, and I'm waiting now for the crippled people march or something, you know, because there's a march of every constituency. But the problem is that though the system is in crisis, and though we see elements of resistance emerging, that I am confident within a very short period of time will characterize our general struggle. In fact, this may be a very interesting summer that's coming up for us right now. The problem is that this resistance has to be given shape and form. The problem is that it's not enough for the oppressor to be in a state of crisis. That's not enough. In fact, sometimes crisis makes this guy more desperate and more reactionary than at other times. Look at what he's doing, sweeping the streets and denying people basic democratic rights, locking up people for everything. I'm told now in Philadelphia, if you're homeless, they put you in jail, and if you can't pay the fine, then they take away your right to have a house. I mean, most vicious kind of oppressive laws they're putting on all around this country. And of course, the prisons are full, stuffed with African people everywhere. And so this is a consequence of crisis. And believe me when I tell you that, because when the system works well, they don't have to do that. The system, they only have to lock you up. They only have to use these means when the system is not working well. And they have a crisis, and they know they have a crisis. Now, what we have a responsibility to do is to become organized. We have to build revolutionary organization. We have to go into revolutionary organization. We have to support efforts like the National People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. That is essentially an organization that's fighting to try to push back the state to give us the democratic space that we need to pursue the revolutionary interests and aspirations of the masses of African people here and around the world. Thank you very much. Uhuru.
All right, Uhuru. All right, so in our next segment, we are going to hear directly from the African People's Solidarity Committee Chair and one of the Uhuru Three, Chairwoman Penny Hess, as she gives a presentation on white reparations to African people. This presentation goes into the deepest questions of how to quantify reparations. What is owed to African people for 600 years of genocide, slavery, stolen labor, and white terrorism? This presentation was given at the Uhuru Solidarity Movement 2019 National Convention, held April 13th through the 14th, right here in the St. Louis Uhuru House. So here we go. Uhuru.
The question of reparations has been the key question of the unity of APSC. And it took, I won't have time to go into all this, but I do think, Chairman, I do think that that the book Reparations Now has to be republished, and there's many more testimonies on there that were left out that it has to be expanded. And that is a powerful book, and it's really was significant at the time, and that was the book that summed up or had a lot of the testimonies, including the chairman, who was the people's advocate of the first International Tribunal on Reparations for African People, which was held in Brooklyn, New York in November of 1982. And that book, Reparations Now, itself had a huge influence on the upcoming question of reparations being out there. But also, yeah, that's right. Louisi, Secretary General of the ASI, Louisi Kinshasa, found that book at an African bookstore called Présence Africaine in Paris. And he got that book, and it was like, wow, and contacted the party, and the rest is history. So it's really an incredible and important book, and it's an important struggle. And I just want to say it was essential. I like to give presentations on this, but we don't have time today. But it took the party almost 10 years. It took 9 years to really consolidate the African People's Solidarity Committee. And even though there might have been times when we put out presentations that were pretty good, et cetera, we did not have the absolute unity of being African internationalists ourselves. And so it was a sense of a parallel movement that we were still working in the white working class, which the chairman later proved that, of course, there is no such thing as the white working class. And that, this struggle took place, it came to a height in 1985. And at that time, it really divided and split APSC. Several people left, either then or over a period of time, around this as we developed it. But coming off of that conference, in terms of the unity of APSC, that is where we came and made the statement that we are now African internationalists, and we recognize that we have a responsibility, and we can come to the same conclusions about who we are and what it is that we have to do as the party has. Because before that, it was always a struggle, like, well, you need to be raising $30,000 in the white community to do this and that. And we did have, like, the March Against Genocide. We went door to door in the white communities. But it was like, okay, well, that's over. Well, now, this is what you need to do. It wasn't internalized that this is something that we needed to do. So we summed up that we knew that in the 1960s, the Black Panther Party and even SDS and these groups raised money just by when somebody made a public speech. They would get maybe $30,000 of people just writing checks to their office. To support what they were saying. But this was the time of the deepest counterinsurgency. This was the time when the African liberation movement was crushed, and the people, were devastated. And the chairman used to say on the streets of Oakland, which had only 10 years before or so been the center of the African Revolution in the world, because it was the center of the Black Panther Party at that time, that then when the party came to East Oakland, the chairman would say you could still smell the cordite in the air, that the people were just, it was like the party would say as if the water had been poisoned. And it was so devastated. And this is when crack cocaine was coming into everything, just mass police presence and helicopters flying over East Oakland day and night without end, SWAT teams and the Green Team, all of these kind of, counterinsurgent forces attacking the African community every single day, evictions, foster care, people talked about that, just every kind of story. This is what it was about. And the movement was crushed, and the only voice, the only organization that was out there was the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and the Uhuru Movement on the streets. And we were, we've seen, the chairman talked about that struggle around the what was it, the homeless, Tent City for the homeless in Oakland and Downtown Park, where there was a struggle, and Ruby and some others from Solidarity when, when the party tried to put up tents, actual tents, which they could do in Berkeley all the time. But when the African working class was going to put up tents in Oakland, the police came and just tore it apart, intimidated the people, and the party had created this park council of homeless people, of African people that were forced to live in this park in a prime area that is now totally gentrified in every possible way, and where they actually set up organization, and they ended, it was all cleaned up. They ended any kind of rape or assault on the women. They had, just a council in which they had their own, Sorry, Chairman, what were you saying? Yeah, the toilets repaired. They had a political, almost democratic centralist organization, and the African People's Socialist Party served 3 meals a day for at least 3 months there. And that was what the support. But what happened was, when that was in force, the police came harder on the Africans living in the park than they had ever done before. They attempted to destroy it, and they ultimately, that did happen. And so, this whole question of reparations and the question that APSC's responsibility became our own, and we made reparations our mantra. This is everything. And we said, well, okay, because this is in the middle of the counterinsurgency, that we come to the conclusion that what we have to do right now, and this is when there was a division of labor, and before Deputy Chair had, coordinated all of the economic front of the party, that we would build institutions to have the ability to raise reparations every single day. Because we can't just, we're here, we raised that money, and now we're tired, and it takes us 6 months to recoup. And, we just really understood that this is something that we had to do every single day. And so we opened the first Uhuru Furniture store, and that was the very first one was on Park Boulevard in Oakland, and that was destroyed by the earthquake of 1989. And Ruby was the coordinator and moved it to Grand Avenue, where it is today, right after that, and that was in the fall of 1989. And 30 years ago, that was really powerful. And we also built Uhuru Foods and Pies, and went around. We started, at that time, we could, the Grateful Dead shows were wide open. So we would just go set up, start selling, and we knew everybody had the munchies. They were totally, they had to come get something to eat. We had chocolate chip cookies, and we went all over. Comrades drove a truck and went around and followed the dead on tour. And of course, this became illegal to do and everything ultimately, but that was a really important fundraiser at that time, and many other things. And we continued to have the March Against Genocide also, where we did go door to door, and we had many events. So this whole question of struggle and the unity of APSC, that we are African internationalists and we all white people owe reparations to African people, was incredibly important to the strategy of the party. So, the party held the first tribunal in 1982. That's prior to APSC being consolidated in that way. But the tribunals went on for at least 12 or 13 times, sessions all around the world and all around the country. So it was very, very excited. And the chairman, Jesse read yesterday the platform for international law, part of what the chairman was using. And that was really significant because it was taking international law, which guarantees the human rights documents of the United Nations, guarantees the right of an oppressed people to take their case beyond the government that oppresses them and into the world court. And that is essentially what the chairman did, using the legal documents, but raised up the nationality of African people as one people around the world. So when the chairman took on the question of reparations, it was a struggle. And there's a really great interview with the chairman. What was that called? Anyway, was it Solomon Commission, the Third World News, or Your World News? Your World News. The chairman was interviewed just a few weeks ago, and he really lays out all the political struggles that they had to take. And I just want to say, before I go into the PowerPoint, really quickly, because there were those who built themselves off of the party's tribunals and the party's demand for reparations and struggle to make it a household word, but every single one of them were raising the question of reparations in a way that makes peace with parasitic capitalism and imperialism, not tears it down. So in fact, this other trend that built itself off the party, because all of these people were people the chairman struggled with to support the first international tribunal, but they did not do that. And so there are people that, like for example, in the 1990s, there was an African woman lawyer who did some really great things that exposed and brought lawsuits against major corporations that we see. There was against Aetna Insurance and different railroad companies and Hartford and all of these different Lehman Brothers and all of these different banks and insurance companies and corporations, and she exposed that their roots were in the trade in African people, and she called on them, and they all gave a certain amount of money to something, but nothing ever changed or in any way affected the conditions in the African community. You know, so there's all these corporations that have supposedly paid something, but it has never changed any of the conditions, because the question is deeper than that. It's in the DNA of US imperialism and parasitic capitalism, and it has to be destroyed, and this demand has to be something that uses that. So there are also many cities that have reparations ordinances, and that passed in that previous period, and it was taken to the city council, and it was just something like every corporation that comes into the city has to have transparency on its financial roots in the enslavement of African people. But those cities still gun down African people every single day. They still, you know, have mass imprisonment. It hasn't changed anything. So this is a very, very different thing that we're talking about, reparations as a revolutionary demand. And I just want to say one other thing about what we see in terms of this period and these politicians, because one thing I note is in the previous period, it was just said very simplistically that reparations is for slavery. Now they have to put out the line that has been put out by the party and by the Solidarity Movement, that this is manifested in the wealth of the white society and the poverty of the African population, and they begin to, even like Beto O'Rourke, who, it was like he could have spoken at a Solidarity event, as he's saying he doesn't agree with reparations, you know, saying all of the police violence, the loss of subprime mortgages, the foster care, all of these different things are, you know, are questions in what they're raising, but they had to be forced to do that by this movement, and that is the difference. So even as they say that they don't agree with reparations, or they agree but it's going to mean something like a job program, in fact, they're giving out the tools for people to come to the conclusion that the only thing that is there, that is the reality of colonialism for African people, and that it has to be overturned. That's the only conclusion. If you hear Beto O'Rourke or Forbes magazine, that's the only conclusion that you can come to. So there's more to say on that. Pardon me? Unrepresented, right. So I just want to go through this. You know, we wrote 1980, well, I guess it was in 1999 or 2000, we wrote the book, Overturning the Culture of Violence, and talk about a lot of these things, Uhuru, because we found that white people are always like, can you prove that? So, we just wanted to document everything. And
we needed them as jurors in these courtrooms.
yeah, there you go. Oh, no, they would be. Yeah, exactly. But, but the thing is that what I wanted to do in this is this is just a tiny smattering of what the reality is, but I wanted to take things that we know that we did, that colonialism did, and that white people carried out against African people, and try to give it a number, a financial number of what it created. And this is something that is starting to be a little bit there, acknowledging, of course, as the chairman said, there's no way to say what the financial worth of this is, because it's so deep and it's everything, and you're talking about human lives and the ability of white people to have a life, to live, to have a future, while African people have been murdered, slaughtered, and in every way tortured and exploited. So I just wanted to give a few things, just to look at this in this sense of beginning to put a number next to certain things. So we're saying that, which one are we on here? Okay, the stolen labor, wealth, and resources of African people birthed capitalism on its pedestal, as Chairman Omali Yeshitela says. And all white people sit on the pedestal of the exploitation of African people. But how do we quantify what is owed? And when we begin to look at it, we can see everything is owed. Next. So, as the chairman always says, within a few years, or in 1415, Portugal attacked and assaulted, invaded Africa. And one of the first things that they did was steal 500 tons of gold from Africa. So if you hear, like, Ghana is called was called the Gold Coast, that's where they did this. They had these mines, and all that gold is gone. But they took out 500 tons of gold, and that this was one of their gold coins that they made, that they just found in a sunken ship off the coast of Azania recently. And Britain claimed it, the ship, and Azania had to fight for it even to get anything out of it. But today, Portugal, which is a tiny little country, has one of the largest reserves of gold in the world. It still has 383 tons of gold left after all this time. And that's worth $12.1 billion today. And that is not counting what they've already spent and how they had other ways that they stole gold as well over the years. So the kidnapping, sale, stolen labor of African people over 200 years, this is just numbers that I've gotten in books or in articles, brought in at least $7.5 trillion pounds, or $9.8 trillion into the British economy. And that's only, that's very limited in terms of what that is saying. The stolen labor, this was actually in the CNN article today, but I had read this before. Between 1619 and 1865, African people performed 222 million hours of forced labor with interest, and in today's currency, this is worth $97 trillion today. But to just say the labor is so limited, because African people were commodities, so they created a whole political economy on their sale as human beings. Then the forced labor, then pain and suffering. I mean, there's just, and then their brilliance, and that is one thing that's brought out in the book, The Half Has Never Been Told, that the productivity of enslaved African people was the greatest productivity of wealth that ever happened on the face of the earth, because African people had to work 20 hours a day. They were brutally beaten nearly to death if they didn't meet quotas. So just, as he's saying, just the brilliance and genius to survive, it created this productivity that had this burst of capital, along with the sale and the whole economy that went along with being a slave ship owner, going into Africa, continually assaulting it, Africa stealing people and stealing human beings. There was something called the World Reparations and Reconciliation Commission of Ghana, charges that Africa is owed $777 trillion in damages by European powers. That the London stock market, Barclays Bank, Bank of England got wealthy financing slave ship voyages, and being the bank for all of that. And I could not find numbers of that. I couldn't find numbers. I would have to do more research on that. But Lloyd's of London became a financial magnet, ensuring these ships holding African people and paying owners when they threw their cargo overboard. And there was famous cases of that, when they killed Africans so they could get the insurance. They were insured. And today, Lloyd's of London profits $1 billion a year. But, there's much more research that's there, and they know, they know what it is. So, let me see where I am here. Sorry. 50% of all kidnapped African people were enslaved in the Caribbean sugar plantations, which provided Europe with 90% of its sugar. By 1850, every European ate 36 pounds of sugar a year, billions of dollars worth of sugar. More riches flowed to Britain from the slave economy of Jamaican sugar plantations than all of the original American 13 so-called colonies combined. When Britain outlawed, so Britain and the United States outlawed, well, first of all, this is when they outlawed chattel slavery in 1838. Britain did that. It paid $20 billion in today's money in reparations to 46,000 British and Scottish slave owners for the loss of their property, African people. And that amounted to 800,000 enslaved African people in the Caribbean and Africa. They also had plantations in South Africa. This was Britain alone, $20 billion. That was 1/4 of, or 40% of their coffers. The $20 billion, 40% of the British Treasury at that time to slave plantation owners built the economic infrastructure of Scotland and Britain. It built the banks, it built universities, it built roads, it built bridges, it built businesses, it built a middle class. It was this mass infusion of capital into the ability of white people to live on the pedestal of the oppression of African people. So in the US, the enslavement of African people built the entire economy. And it's on stolen land. And I saw an estimate, which is, I'm sure, underestimated, that the real estate of the United States today is worth $23 trillion. That's what's owed to the indigenous people and this land. That in the US alone in 1860, 4 million enslaved Africans in the US were worth $3.5 billion, the largest single financial asset in the entire US economy. They were machines, they were capital, and they were used as collateral for banks, for Lehman, for Salomon Brothers, for all of these banks that built Wall Street. The greatest single capital in the US were enslaved African people. And more than 1 in 5 households in the South, the statistic is in the South, owned African people. About 1 in 200 owned 50 or more enslaved people. And I just saw an article today that there had been some kind of study that showed how much the wealth of the 1% of the South, and we know it's not just the South, is directly because of the enslavement of African people today. So cotton was 60% of total exports in 1860. 2 billion pounds of cotton were produced by enslaved African people a year by 1860. The cotton trade between New York City and the southern states was worth $200 million alone. After the importation from Africa was banned in 1808, so in 1808, Britain and the US banned the ships that could go to Africa, assault Africa, and kidnap Africans and bring them back. They banned that because they understood that now they had a better way, a cheaper, or a way, actually a way to make more money. And that was basically forcing African people to breed and produce babies to be enslaved. And that drove up the price. So this is one of the places, the so-called pens, where African men and women were put in to, as a, I mean, just the most hideous thing that started, one of the slave breeding pens. And the forced rape of African people and the theft of their children was the second phase of enslavement. And what, you know, some articles, and actually this book called The Slave Coast, which talks about this, which is really interesting and powerful. And it's saying that, well, a lot is known about the assault on Africa and the kidnapping, but this second phase is never talked about inside this country. And I'm from Louisville, and there are plaques that say Garrison slave pens, and I had a picture of that on my phone in Louisville, right there. So the sale of their children. So the end of importation of African people from Africa was not humanitarian, of course. It created higher prices for African people through selling their babies as commodities. And by 1840, the cost of an African human being in the US rose to $10,000 and more in today's US dollar through this breeding, this forced rape. And one of the main people to start this and to advocate it, who actually did it, was Thomas Jefferson, who stated to George Washington that the sale of black children was increasing Virginia's capital stock by 4% annually. Because he started out as, quote, against slavery, but then he saw how much money he made on it and he continued. And by the way, did everybody see that they've just unearthed this room where Sally Hemings was kept? They're doing, what do you call it, archaeology? No, what's the word? Yeah, well, they're unearthing the excavation of the plantation, is it Mount Vernon, where Thomas Jefferson was? And there was Monticello, yeah. And so they are unearthing it, and they found this room with no windows. It was kind of a basement where she was kept with her children, just to say. It was very chilling. That was torn down so that, you know, the tourists could be, but now they're finding it and they're having to, you know, it's being exposed. And this is the narrative of the enslaved becoming the subjects of history. And it's very, very powerful. So one of the things that went with the breeding, this rape called the breeding, was what was called the coffles. And the coffles were where African people were chained to each other and walked and forced marched. For over 1 million African people underwent that. From, say, they were bought from somebody in Virginia and they had to be sold to Louisiana or, you know, or Arkansas or Mississippi. They were forced to walk those hundreds of miles chained to each other. This happened, this would be like the equivalent of highways that we see. They would just be walking down the highways. Women would be breastfeeding babies and they would just throw the baby out then because, you know, they weren't going to get any money for that. And I mean, this happened. And they call, you know, we know about the Trail of Tears of indigenous people, but there was an incredible trail of tears, trail of torture of African people that nobody talks about, these coffles. And that was part of the second phase of the enslavement of African people. So in 1808, the British also banned the attempt at breeding, or they banned the enslavement, or the slave ships and the stealing of African people from Africa. And so I wanted to see, they also banned that in 1808. So it meant the whole Caribbean, like, what did they do there? I was just curious, because of course there was a huge underground slave ship economy that was continued to go on, but officially it was banned. So I wanted to see, were they doing this breeding in the Caribbean? But what I found in an article, that the breeding in the Caribbean was attempted, especially in Jamaica, but it was unsuccessful because African women were so brutalized, worked so hard in the sugar plantations, they had to carry the sugar cane, and they were so malnourished, they were starved to death, that they could not become pregnant. They lost their menstruation. They couldn't become pregnant. And I'm sure in that, and even the article says this, that there was some resistance also, the refusal of African women to become pregnant, to have their babies stolen into this. So while the British paid $20 billion to the slave owners for their lost property, the US used convict leasing to reimburse the people that owned African people in the South of the United States. So that was the whole system after the withdrawal of US troops, after the end of Reconstruction. That was called one dies, get another. They just worked African people to death, and it was where African people were, everything was illegal. They were owned by the state, the actual state government, and kept on work farms and leased out to people who built roads, to phosphorus mines, to all different coal mines, all different kinds of the economy, all throughout the US. And that was so important to the US economy that for 80 years, from the 1860s to the 1940s, the states owned Africans convicted of Jim Crow laws and leased them to plantations, mines, road gangs, and other businesses. Convict leasing returned to the South to its former economic status. A recent report states that by 1880, which is 15 years after the end of the Civil War, and which was only 5 years after the end of Reconstruction, that the wealthiest families, all the owners of African people in the South, had returned to their previous economic status and were wealthier than ever before. So, it was the same thing as Britain putting the 20 billion in. This is what funded the return of the wealth of white people in the southern states. So, and how many trillions of dollars are owed to African people for pain and suffering? And I just wanted to go through I have some other things in here, but I wanted to go through the thing in Azania yesterday. So we know about Cecil Rhodes, who was the brutal British colonizer in southern Africa who slaughtered African people and basically took over their land for Britain and wanted to build a railroad from southern Africa to Cairo. And that was, there's famous pictures of him straddling Africa, that should be owned by African people, and who said that he recognized that there would be civil war inside of Britain from the workers if we did not become imperialists, to both settle them there and to bring the resources back into the African, or to the white working class of Europe. And so some of the land that when diamonds were found on land, and Cecil Rhodes was only 18 years old, when he went there, but they found diamonds on this land, and he got to be the owner of it. He took it from the people, and Luca Janci led the resistance of the Swana people and fought fiercely against what Cecil Rhodes was doing with the diamond mines, but the British had the machine gun and gunned them down the British murdered and they hanged them, and they did all of the things that the British did to African people in Kenya as well. And they tortured and enslaved thousands of African people who fought to control their land. So Luca Janchi is the level now. That is what we want to call it when you donate a diamond to the Uhuru Solidarity Movement back to the African People's Socialist Party. And he was the one, he's well known in Azania as a resistance fighter. So, so when the British took over, they called that area Kimberley. They made it into a town and they called it Kimberley. And Kimberley was actually the name of the British viceroy or whatever of South Africa at that time. So it was obviously a British name. And when Cecil Rhodes died, and he owned and what became De Beers Diamonds, he was the richest man on the planet. Kimberley, the colony, so this town that they called Kimberley was so rich that in 1871, it was the second town in the world to have electric streetlights. And most of Africa doesn't have electric streetlights today. So anyway, there's much more, because we have to, if we can start to look at all of this, this is just a tiny thing. We look at everything that happened that the US and imperialism and parasitic capitalism has done on the continent of Africa, in the United States, all throughout the Caribbean, in Brazil, in Suriname, in Guyana, every place that African people haven't been enslaved, then you're talking about a wealth beyond anything that can be imagined. And this is what is owed to African people, and this is what white people have lived on. So, I just wanted to open up some of this. I really want to go into all of this deeper. And even, we should do another book about the question of reparations and how it was a struggle. And what it means for the party, and what it means for the party's strategy of white people to extend the African Revolution to fight for and seize the reparations inside the belly of the beast and inside of the white population. So I just want to say Uhuru and unity through reparations.
Uhuru, reparations now. All right. Well, I just want to remind you that you are tuned in to the live daily broadcast of the free speech trial of the century, the U.S. government versus the Uhuru Three, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville. So again, my name is Stephanie Midler. I'm a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee, and I am your MC for today's broadcast, coming to you live from the St. Louis, Missouri Uhuru House, the headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party. We've been bringing you classic presentations, media interviews, and analysis of this case as part of this important broadcast that is being done to make sure that although cameras are not allowed in the courtroom, the people are kept informed on the daily activities in court, and that we continue to define the truth of who Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru Three are, and why we must defend the right to engage in anti-colonial free speech. So soon, we're going to be bringing you live footage again from Tampa, Florida, with a special live interview with our Burning Spear media correspondent. And we're going to do that as soon as the court breaks for lunch. So we're going to move to the next segment, but as soon as our correspondent is available on the ground in Tampa, Florida, we're going to break into the segment and bring you that live special interview. But until then, we are going to bring you one of the most recent Hands Off Uhuru online conferences, summing up the political persecution of the Uhuru Three. In this video, you will hear from the Uhuru Three, members of their legal team, and other legal scholars as they sum up the political nature and free speech implications of this case. And you'll learn why this truly is the free speech case of the century. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru. Greetings, greetings, welcome, welcome to everyone, to all of you that have joined us on tonight for this incredible, important webinar. My name is Belinda Parker Brown. I'm the president and CEO of Louisiana United International. I'm also a member of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparation, as well as a member of the Hands Off Uhuru Legal Defense Support Committee. And I am so excited to be co-chairing with you all tonight, along with my committee member, Zoe. Take it away, Zoe.
Uhuru, thank you, Belinda. My name is Zoe Hauser, and I am also a proud member of the Hands Off Uhuru Legal Defense Support Committee, as well as a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, which works under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party to build reparations to the African community. And I just want to say what an honor it has been to be part of this brilliant and historic counteroffensive being waged by the African People's Socialist Party. We want to begin by thanking the panelists who participated tonight or who will be participating, and everyone who is on the webinar for joining us tonight for this important event, the political prosecution of the Uhuru 3, the First Amendment on trial.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Zoe, so much. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. I just want to say there is a scripture in the Bible. If you have ears to hear, you need to hear. If you have eyes to see, I hope that you just witnessed that video that we just showed you. You know, if it ever been a time for you to see and hear what this case is really all about, now is that time. You know, we are now just less than 2 weeks away from the most important free speech trial of our time. This is so serious, people. It is so serious. I want you to know that in which the United States government will attempt, they are attempting to put Chairman Omali Yeshitela and our chairman that have been around for over 50 years, Penny Hess and Jesse Nevels, known as the Uhuru 3, on trial for these bogus charges of being foreign agents. But as we know, this case is simply, it's simple. It's very simple. The United States government used the law as a cover for a political attack on Black people and our struggle for freedom. That's what we will expose here in this event. We're going to make it very plain and clear that this is an attack on all of us here in the United States of America. This is an attack to stop us from being able to speak, to silence our voices when we are standing for what's right and speaking the truth to power. Black people, our struggle for freedom has, this have been going on forever. And that if we do not speak out, silence is detrimental to us. So they're trying to silence us. And this is a case that everybody, if you have not already shared this webinar, I want you to start sharing now. Start sharing with your neighbors, your friends, your family, everybody especially your coworkers. Start sharing, people. Our goal is to mobilize everyone here to come. Everyone to come to St. Petersburg, Florida for the major mobilization on August 31st and attend the trial in Tampa, Florida, starting on September the 3rd. You can go to the handsoffuhuru.org/trial, handsoffuhuru.org/trial to sign up right now. You can start registering. Okay, Zoe.
Fantastic. Yes, Uhuru, yeah, we really want to pack that courtroom. So we want to, again, just reiterate that call to get your ticket, come to Florida. The mobilization starts on August 31st and the trial starts September 3rd. Before we get started, again, we want to thank all of our fantastic panelists, as well as the organizations that have worked so hard to build tonight's event. First of all, we want to salute our leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the leader of the Uhuru Movement, Mwezi Odom, the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition. And we also salute the National Lawyers Guild, including the NLG Mass Incarceration Committee, Project South, Leonard Peltier Ad Hoc Defense Committee, Louisiana United International, Civil Liberties Defense Center, City University, New York for Palestine, and everyone else who helped get the word out about tonight's event.
Okay, Zoe, why don't you go ahead and take the next one and lost my
Sure.
screen.
Yeah, no worries. We also wanted to give a special shout out to the National Lawyers Guild of Chicago.
Yes.
Just this past week, it was really exciting. They filed a motion to submit an amicus brief in support of the Uhuru 3. So that was a tremendous victory. So we really want to just share a huge shout out in Uhuru to the National Lawyers Guild of Chicago. And with that, we're going to get started with our panel. We have some amazing speakers lined up. So to get us started, we're going to hear a brief overview about the case of the Uhuru 3 by Jesse Neville, who again is the chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, the national chair. He joined the movement in 2010 and has worked ever since to build white solidarity with Black power. He is a powerful force that I am always humbled and honored to work with. He works under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, and he is one of the indicted Uhuru 3. So again, please welcome Jesse Neville.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Hands off Uhuru.
Hands off.
All right. Thank you so much to Zoe, Comrade Zoe, and Comrade Belinda. I'm very excited and honored to be a part of this webinar tonight. Excuse me, hosted by the Hands Off Uhuru Legal Defense Support Committee. And I think that we are going to pull up some slides in just a moment. All right. So I want to start by saluting Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who is the leader of the Uhuru Movement, the primary target of this bogus political prosecution, this legal lynching that is set to begin on September 3rd in Tampa, Florida. And, you know, the leader of the African Revolution, under whose leadership I've had the honor to work as a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee since 2010. So salute to Chairman Omali Yeshitela, salute to Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, and all of the leaders of the African People's Socialist Party. And I also want to salute Chairwoman Penny Hess, who we'll be hearing from a little bit later tonight, who is also one of the Uhuru 3, who has worked under the party's leadership to build principled white solidarity with African liberation since 1976. And also extend a salute to Mwezi Odom, the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition. And thank you again to Belinda, to Louisiana United International, to Zoe Hauser, to the attorneys for the Uhuru 3, Leonard Goodman, Addie Griffin, Mutaki Akbar, Angela Rainey, and Tom Inskeep. You'll be hearing from some of them in just a moment. Also, thank you to our other panelists tonight, the incredible revolutionary scholar and professor, Natsu Taylor Saito, who will be talking to us a little bit later, who's been a profound supporter of the Hands Off Uhuru campaign, and also Lauren Reagan of the Civil Liberties Defense Center, also an incredible attorney who has been a pivotal part of this fight back since day one, since immediately after the FBI raids on the Uhuru Movement on July 29th of 2022. And I also want to thank Jennifer Jones, the Leonard Peltier Ad Hoc Defense Committee, and join in giving a shout out to the National Lawyers Guild, specifically the Chicago chapter that just filed an amicus brief in support of the Uhuru 3 in the federal court. Along with Chairwoman Penny Hess and Chairman Omali Yeshitela, I am, as has been stated, one of the Uhuru 3. In just a couple of weeks, we will go to trial in the federal court in Tampa, Florida, facing bogus charges of being foreign agents with the possibility of up to 15 years in federal prison. I will talk to you now about this bogus trial, why it is so important to all who believe in free speech and what you can do to join the fight back. The case of the Uhuru Three is increasingly widely recognized as the most serious political assault, one, on the African liberation movement since the 1960s, and two, on the very right to exercise freedom of speech. This is a test case. If the US government were hypothetically to succeed in railroading the Uhuru Three into a guilty verdict, it would open the gates for the United States government to criminally charge anyone for a crime for words that they don't like, simply by saying that you expressed your words on behalf of a so-called foreign government, simply on the basis that some of your words might share the same views or express the same views as that of a so-called foreign government. When the US government indicted Chairman Omali Yeshitela on April 18th of 2023, they published a press release along with their indictment. And in that press release, they stated that the Uhuru Movement and Chairman Omali Yeshitela had weaponized freedom of speech, had weaponized the First Amendment. The chairman has called on us to look closely at the history of the First Amendment and the US Constitution of the United States. A US Constitution that was created and then amended with the Bill of Rights, which were ratified in 1791 when African people were enslaved on plantations in this country. A First Amendment created by one group of white settlers seeking to free themselves from another group, from the tyranny of another group of white settlers. As the chairman has stated explicitly, the First Amendment was never meant for Black people. But as the chairman tells us, white people have to understand that when they take the First Amendment rights away from African people who have fought and died for every inch of democratic space that they have forced to be opened up to them in this country, they are making an assault not on Chairman Omali Yeshitela's First Amendment, but on your First Amendment, on everybody's First Amendment right to freedom of speech. They're using the attack on the chairman as the vehicle through which to dismantle any pretense of freedom of speech whatsoever. So as you saw in that video that we showed earlier in the program, on July 29th of 2022, the US government made their latest assault on the African liberation movement public with the highly militarized FBI SWAT team raids on 7 homes and offices of the Uhuru Movement in St. Petersburg, Florida, and St. Louis, Missouri, including the home of Chairman Omali and Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela, who were held at gunpoint and handcuffed in front of their home. On that day, July 29th of 2022, the United States government indicted a Russian national who lives in Russia, and included in that indictment 4 so-called unindicted co-conspirators, which included Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who was called unindicted co-conspirator number 1, and Penny Hess, myself, and Akile Anai, who is the leader of the Department of Media and Communications and the editor of the Burning Spear newspaper for the African People's Socialist Party. 9 months passed with no further obvious and direct legal action by the United States government against those of us who had been targeted in those raids. But during this time, a myriad of other assaults were made against the African People's Socialist Party, including in the form of economic warfare, in the form of banks colluding with the United States government and the FBI to close down accounts and cancel lines of credit and mortgages that had been opened by and maintained by the Uhuru Movement for decades. Finally, on April 18th of last year, 9 months after the raids, the Department of Justice, the so-called Department of Justice, through a federal grand jury in Tampa, Florida, unsealed a superseding indictment, which now charged Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Chairwoman Penny Hess, and myself of criminal involvement in a so-called Russian conspiracy to sow discord in the United States. The chairman and Penny and myself were arraigned in the federal court in Tampa, Florida in May of last year, released on a $25,000 signature bond and subject to pretrial conditions that included the revoking of our passport and restricted travel, among other things. We were charged with two federal felony statutes, violations of two federal felony statutes. The first being something called 18 USC section 951, which is often confused with a similar law called the Foreign Agent Registration Act, but which is instead called the Agents of Foreign Governments Act, and which charges the chairman and the Uhuru Three of operating as secret illegal foreign agents of Russia, of a foreign government, in this case of Russia, without notifying the Attorney General's office. The United States Department of Justice has even referred to this law as espionage light, implying that it is essentially a law that they use to go after people that they accuse of being spies. The second crime they accuse the Uhuru Movement of committing is conspiracy to commit an offense against or defraud the United States government. These two federal felony violations carry, if convicted, a maximum penalty of 15 years in federal prison. These charges are untrue and preposterous, but more than that, they are an insult to more than 60 years of struggle by Chairman Omali Yeshitela alone for the liberation of Africa and African people worldwide. They are based on the insulting and racist premise that African people in this country would need Russian influence or intervention to know that they are oppressed, to know that they have a right to fight for their liberation. It can't be said better than the way the chairman said it on the steps of his home on July 29th, when he said, there were no Russians present when Mike Brown was killed, when George Floyd was killed, when Sandra Bland was killed, that it wasn't Russia that brought the chairman and millions of other African people into the struggle for their freedom. It was America. It was oppression under this social system for the last several hundred years. And more than that, it is an attempt to liquidate the entire history of the struggle by African people for their liberation by reducing it to some absurd manufactured so-called Russian plot to sow discord in the United States and undermine so-called US democracy. As the chairman has said, the Uhuru Three are not guilty of these bogus charges. On the other hand, there is endless evidence of the fact that the United States and the FBI are guilty of carrying out these types of attacks over and over and over again anytime African people attempt to fight for their liberation and independence. They are guilty of harassing, infiltrating, and stalking and terrorizing and assassinating countless African and indigenous freedom fighters, only few among them including Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, Mark Clark, so many others, going back to the 1920s when the FBI cut its teeth working to undermine and destroy the movement of Marcus Garvey at that time. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up because one of our panelists, Leonard Goodman, can only be on for a short time, and I definitely want to make sure he has time to speak. So just to close out this presentation, I want to say that as Attorney Goodman can talk to you about also, all of the so-called overt acts in this fake conspiracy that the indictment alleges are pure political speech. Publishing articles, waging campaigns for reparations, petitioning the United Nations to charge the US government with the crime of genocide against African people. All of this is speech consistent with more than 50 years of history by the African People's Socialist Party in pursuit of the liberation and self-determination of Africa and African people. And as Leonard Goodman and the motion for dismissal that he filed, and which was ultimately denied ridiculously by the court, he brilliantly argued that this is the first time that this particular law has been used to target pure political speech. So I want to skip ahead a few slides. I'm going to go to slide 19 for our tech forces. Thank you so much. And I want to close by saying that a jury trial in federal court is set for September 3rd of this year. And I will end by saying that the intolerance for any speech that challenges the colonial state shows not strength, but weakness and desperation. Under the bold and courageous leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the support of thousands of friends and allies like all of you who are participating in this meeting today, we know we will win. We know we are winning. A massive mobilization of the people fighting back can and will defeat this desperate attack on the African liberation movement and on free speech itself. So the chairman has said, this ultimately isn't about the law. They're using the law as an instrument through which to wage a political assault on the African liberation movement and on everybody who believes in freedom of speech and political expression. And therefore, they must be met with a political response. So we invite everyone in this meeting to join us in St. Petersburg, Florida on August 31st to demand the US government drop the bogus charges against Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru 3, and then join us on September 3rd in Tampa. Pack the courts and pack the streets. The real jury is the people. The real verdict will be won in the streets. Drop the charges on the Uhuru 3, hands off Chairman Omali Yeshitela, free Leonard Peltier, free Palestine, down with colonialism, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Jesse.
I'll turn it back over to our amazing MCs.
Go ahead, Zoe.
Uhuru. Uhuru, thank you, Jesse, for laying out the basics of the case, and we really appreciate Jesse's steadfast commitment to building the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and especially in the face of these charges, to continuing to fight for this organization and his involvement in this, and this counteroffensive. We would just like to say, just one moment. We want to introduce Attorney Goodman.
Leonard Goodman, go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just lost. Yes. Belinda. Yes, and I just want to say, Red Scare tactics are not new. We know that. We know Red Scare tactics are not new. And we really, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find my, and we know that this is something that we want to defend the African People's Socialist Party. We must defend the African People's Socialist Party, not just to defend the First Amendment, but also because these are incredible, this is an incredible time to recognize that voice has to be heard. We must hear the voice of the most oppressed community. Belinda, I have lost my script for a moment. Would you mind introducing Attorney Leonard Goodman? Thank you.
Yes, Leonard Goodman is the attorney that's representing Penny Hess, one of the Uhuru 3. Goodman is a distinguished criminal law attorney based in Chicago who has won high-profile and precedent-setting cases, including the United States Supreme Court and the Illinois Supreme Court. He is a prolific publisher, columnist, covering legal and social justice topics, and teach federal criminal law at the DePaul University. Wow. Go right ahead. We are beyond grateful to have Mr. Leonard Goodman on the legal team defending the Uhuru 3. Please welcome Attorney Goodman. Attorney Goodman, if you're with us, open up your mic and come on in. You're muted.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Well, thank you so much. And, it's an honor to represent Penny Hess and the Uhuru 3, and to get to to get to know all of you and the fight and the struggle that you've been waging for so many years, and it's humbling. I'm here in Chicago, and I'm sorry that I can't stay on very long. I'm trying to get done all the things I need to do so that I can spend a month in Tampa fighting this case. I'm actually here with my 9-year-old daughter and her mom right now. And she knows all about the case and is very, very confident that we're going to win. What I want to say is that, in preparing for this case, it's almost a surreal experience because we're listening, the lawyers, we're listening to speech after speech of Omali Yeshitela that the government is going to play to a jury. And it almost seems like a different country. This is a criminal case, and the government is going to play political speeches, dissenting speeches, speeches that criticize our government, and ask a jury to convict. I've never seen anything like it. It's shocking. We have to win. We will win. We have a great legal team. I want to thank everyone for having me and for all your friendship and all your support. We'll see you in.
We lost you.
Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, Attorney Goodman, we lost you for just a moment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. No, I just wanted to say thanks everyone for their support, and we will see you in Tampa.
Wow, thank you so much, Attorney Goodman. Zoe, do you wanna have anything to say? But we just really thank you from the bottom of our heart. We're so grateful to have you as an attorney on this case, because one of the things that you said that this is not it's not a political case. It's obvious that that the legal system is weaponizing the individuals. They're using our legal system to weaponize, all of the individuals in this case. Like you said, it is incredible, unbelievable what extremes they would go to when it comes to Black people in the 21st century that are standing and fighting for their liberation. Just thank you again, Attorney Goodman. Thank you so much. So, Zoe, did you have anything you want to say? If not, we can go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to move. I just really appreciate, again, this case, as we've said so many times, is not about the law. It's a political case, and it's really required that special legal team to tackle that challenge. So we really appreciate the legal team that has been wrangling with these challenges. We are going to win. It's incredible. So we really want to thank Attorney Goodman. We are next going to hear from Angela Rainey. She is a criminal defense attorney in Illinois. She formerly clerked in the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals and the Southern District of Illinois. Angela is a powerful member of the Uhuru 3 team. So we want to welcome and thank you very much for joining us, Angela Rainey, Attorney Rainey.
Thank you very much. I agree with everything that Lynn said about the case. This is a huge First Amendment case that's going to have implications, far beyond the chairman and Penny and Jesse. It's going to impact, activists, journalists, anyone that, enjoys exercising their First Amendment rights. So I do appreciate everyone's support. I'm honored to be on the team. It's been a great experience, just going through and watching the party's activities, getting to watch chairman's speeches has been a great learning experience for me. Everyone's support is essential to what's going on here. So I just want to say thank you. And it's really been an honor to be on the team.
Thank you, Attorney Rainey. And if you haven't yet read Attorney Goodman and Rainey's motion to dismiss, it's posted on the Hands Off Uhuru website. It's an incredible document that lays out the history of the party and underscores the political nature of this U.S. government attack. So thank you very much, Attorney Rainey, for being here with us tonight. We also wanted to give a general thank you and shout out to the entire Uhuru 3 legal team, attorneys Akbar, Goodman, and Rainey, for defending the African community's right to organize in its own interest and to defend their right to raise critique. Again, this is such an incredible issue, and if the US government is saying that Russia weaponized the First Amendment through us, what does that say about this country, that you can't even critique and express a critique of foreign and US domestic policies without being pulled under that umbrella of being a weapon? So it's a pretty powerful, this is such a powerful case. I will turn it back to Belinda.
Absolutely, Zoe. You are so true. You know, the sad thing about this is that we know that the plan, you know, whenever there is, something going on, you know, we realize that they have a plan, and our government have a plan and a plot against us. And what's happening is that we want to make it clear, as you listen to the attorneys, as you listen to, what we're saying, to make it clear to you that this is an all-out attack against all of us, to stop us from speaking, to silence us. So with that said, I now want to introduce our next attorney, Attorney Akbar. And okay, let's see. Okay, we're so honored to hear from you, Attorney Akbar. Open up your mic at at an event held, Attorney Akbar, okay, at an event held 2 years after the FBI raid. Attorney Akbar, a criminal defense trial attorney representing Jesse Nevels, one of the Uhuru 3, which we heard from earlier, who was indicted on April the 18th, 2023. Akbar graduated
Cum laude from University of Miami.
Cum laude from the University of Miami Schools of Law, and is a managing partner at Akbar Thomas Law Firm in Tallahassee, Florida. He is also the current president of the NAACP at Tallahassee chapter. Okay, so I'm having a difficult time trying to read this, Zoe, but come on, Attorney Akbar, open up your mic and join us. We can't wait to hear from you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I want to send, my regards to the chairman, to Jesse, to Penny, to everybody who's a part of this. And, I think we even would be remiss or in the room and listening in to this rally. And I think what's important about what's going on right now, first of all, like your support for the Uhuru 3, your support for the last 2 years has been very essential for all of us, not just, Jesse, Penny, and Chairman Omali, but also for us as the attorneys to understand that we have the support of the people as we prepare to take on the United States government. Right now, where we are in the case, it's going to trial. It's going to be a trial. And this trial is an attack on the freedom of speech. And it's also an attack on self-determination and the ability for us to be responsible for ourselves. I've said it from the very beginning that once I visited St. Louis, once I came down to St. Petersburg, once I got engulfed in the culture of the organization, to really see the things that they've been doing as far as, caring for the community, having a basketball court, having a community garden, training women to be doulas, taking care of those people who are formerly incarcerated, all of those things that we are taking on with the goal of self-determination are reasons why the government would say we need to do something about this. And in doing something about this, we need to figure out how to, not only halt the work, but also halt the speech. And as a result, try to halt the movement. And what this fight back has been all about is saying that, number one, you can't halt the movement. That's number one. Number two, you're not going to halt the speech because we're not going to sit down or lay down or be quiet. And number three, the work that needs to be done, the people see that it needs to be done. So you have, from all the way on the right to Tucker Carlson to all the way on the left, people standing up and saying that you cannot attack the freedom of speech. And to take the route or to take the objective of saying that, the Russian government is responsible for these ideas, that the Russian government is responsible for the movement to charge the United States with genocide, when all of this was going on, it was in the midst of genocide taking place in communities from St. Louis to New Orleans to Texas to all over this country. We saw genocide. We saw the government being behind this genocide against Black people. And to say that the Russian government is responsible for us to speak out against us is a slap in the face. And so we're prepared as the attorneys to stand up and say that this is our movement, that this is what we stand for, and you cannot shut it down or shut us down when it comes down to freedom of speech. So it's going to be a month-long trial that we believe that they're going to try to, kind of come from every single angle. They'll take things out of context to say that we're under the direction and control of the Russian government. They're going to take things out of context to say that, we're taking ideas from Russians, but we're going to put it back in context to show that the context is, for the last 70 years, Chairman Omali and the African Socialist Party has been doing this work and has doing this work for the freedom of Black people and freedom of African people. And this trial is not going to stop it. So we look forward to this fight. We're prepared for this fight. We'll continue to prepare for this fight. And we need the support of the community. So if you can show up on the 31st, and if you can show up even throughout the trial, take shifts, take turns, come sit in. Some people get a week, other people get another week. But it would make sense, and it's helpful for a jury to look back and see a diverse group of people that stands for the African People's Socialist Party. So I stand with you as out taking my hat off as an attorney. I stand with this organization, and I will continue to stand with this organization even after this trial is over with. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Attorney Akbar, for that. Just phenomenal, profound, fight that, I can just feel the energy coming from you, that's the fight, because the African People's Socialist Party have always been determined, and love to be able to stand and fight for our people. So next, we're going to go keep it moving. Next, we're going to have Lauren Reagan. Lauren Reagan is, I'm giving you her, wow. Hi, Lauren, how you doing? If you're with us, go ahead and open up your mic. Lauren Reagan is the founder, director, and the senior staff attorney at the Civil Liberties Defense Center, and has specialized in civil rights, activist, criminal defense, and environmental, climate, and animals rights laws for over 2 decades. Lauren and the Civil Liberties Defense Center have been profound supporters of the Uhuru Hands Off Uhuru. All right, Hands Off the Uhuru campaign from day one, assisting immediately after the FBI raid on the Uhuru Movement in 2022. Please welcome Lauren. Open up your mic and come on in, Lauren.
Thank you. So yeah, for 27 years, I've been defending political activists around the country. And I think maybe what I can add to this conversation that hasn't already been said is every time the US government engages in a prosecution, it is often based on political reasons. But in my experience, this particular jurisdiction, the U.S. District for Florida, for Tampa, Florida, has been particularly obvious in colluding with politicians to prosecute cases. You know, we're supposed to have 3 branches of government. They're supposed to be distinct, and the legal system, you know, allegedly is supposed to be free from political bias, and the intentions of prosecutions are supposed to be on community health and safety types of issues, and justice. But in this case, it's very clear that the US government had a goal, and it is basically using the APSP and, you know, these 3 folks as targets, as poster children, if you will, for the prosecution. And so I thought it would be interesting to look at a few other cases that have happened in recent years where that statute that Jesse mentioned, 18 USC 951, this agents of foreign government statute, you know, first of all, that statute, and when they use that phrase, agents of foreign governments within the US, basically what the definition of that is that the individuals are subject to direction and control of a foreign actor, a foreign principal. And so in essence, the government is stating that the chairman and others are under the direction and control of the Russian government, that their campaign that has gone on for decades regarding you know, the issues for Black liberation, for you know, restitution and other issues like that, came at the direction and control of the Russian government, which is just kind of racist and you know, intended, I think, to be really derogatory. But when you look at some of the other cases using that statute, in 2022, Tom Barak was acquitted by a jury. You might remember this guy. He was the former Trump campaign advisor, and he was accused of advocating for the United Arab Emirates in basically providing government officials there with information and advice relating to their relationship to the US. There were 2 other cases where a cop and a corporate social media employee were accused for giving information to China and Saudi Arabia about US-based individuals that were dissidents to those countries, like literally giving up the names and locations of humans within the US that those governments wanted to go capture and take back to their country. And then, of course, in 2018, Trump pardoned Paul Manafort, who pled guilty at one point to doing pro-Russia representation against Ukrainian officials. And so it's really clear that Russia, China, and the Gulf states get most of the prosecutorial resources where we see cases like this, but every prosecution is a choice. And my understanding is there are no Russian individuals that have actually been indicted, arraigned, and prosecuted in this case. And so instead, really what this is about is trying to chill people, you know, whether they are US citizens or not, from speaking in a way that's contrary to the US government company line. You know, instead of being allowed to give contrary positions regarding wars, in this case, it's likely that the APSP were targeted because they were not in lockstep with the US government's position on the war in Ukraine. And instead were, you know, advocating a position that was contrary to that and, you know, basically calling the US imperialists. That is what likely got them on the map. And so I think for political activists out there that are looking at this case and wondering, like, what is the significance or what can we learn from it? You know, I think one of the things that happens time and time again is, you can do everything you can to try to cross your T's and dot your I's and, be, political activists, political movements that try to stay away from the government and prosecution. But when the government decides to target you and go after you, they have a lot of resources at their disposal. And those resources include surveillance, infiltration, raids, the use of force, incarceration, shutting, housing and healthcare and your economic needs being challenged, as we heard. It's a tremendous punch in the face when the government decides to come for you. But I think, as was the case in the 1950s during the Red Scare, when anti-Russian sentiment was also in a hysterical state, history repeats itself. And we are seeing that same level of hysteria now being wielded against these individuals. And as occurred then, it is time, and it is a moment where people of conscience and people who really stand up for the diversity of political opinions in this country stand in solidarity for those that are being targeted. Because although they are the targets today, we do not know whether we will be the targets tomorrow. And so, standing up and fighting and resisting, showing solidarity, these are all ways that we can let the government know that an attack like this, an attack on one is an attack on all, and our political movements can withstand that as we have done for decades and decades. Thanks.
Wow, thank you so much, Lauren. That was so profound. And I hope, one of the things that's so important, if you listen what she had to say, don't let it go in one ear and out the other. And if you haven't already shared this webinar, start sharing, not just today, but every single day up into the day of the trials, throughout the trial. This is so critical. And what she's saying, I just want to add to that, we cannot allow this to happen on our watch, people. We cannot allow it. We will not tolerate it. The government is the enemy. The FBI, they are the enemy. And they're using the criminal justice system to weaponize, to get their way, to penalize, to do everything they possibly can, because she said when they come for you, they have all kinds of resources. They have everything, in a blatant disregard and a misuse of taxpayers' money on a bogus charge like this. Okay, we cannot tolerate this. So with that said, you got my blood to boiling, Lauren, because, the real truth is, if they coming for the Uhuru 3, you better believe they're coming for all of us. And that's the reason why we cannot allow this to happen on our watch. So Zoe, you can take it from there, Zoe, for our next speaker.
Uhuru. Yes, Uhuru. So I really want to appreciate Reagan as well. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Really want to appreciate that summation from Lauren, Reagan. And again, it is a really critical juncture in history where we do have to stand so that we can push these attacks back. And they have, as so many of us have said, the government has tried to quash this voice, but what's happening is the reverse. This organization is building and becoming stronger. We want to next invite, and thank you again, Lauren. Next we'll hear from Natsu Taylor Saito, who is an activist attorney and a Regents Professor Emerita at Georgia State University, where she taught courses on race and human rights for almost 30 years. She's the author of 3 books, most recently Settler Colonialism, Race, and the Law: Why Structural Racism Persists, from NYU Press 2020, a former community organizer, Natsu remains involved in efforts to defend Indigenous rights, contest police misconduct, and protect academic freedom. So please welcome Natsu Saito Taylor.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be part of this panel. And I also wanted to add my thanks to the lawyers who are doing this incredible work. I've been asked to talk a little bit about the historical context of this case and the ways in which such prosecutions have been brought. So I'm going to do my best to summarize what I think are some of the high points in the next 5 minutes or so. I'm talking to you from Atlanta, where I'm on the traditional territory of the Muskogee Creek Nation, and it's land where Creeks, Cherokees, and many other peoples were subjected to genocidal violence and removal, and it's land that was made profitable by the enslavement of Native and African peoples, as well as the ongoing exploitation of a wide range of migrants and refugees. And I bring that up because I always think it's important to pay attention to where we are, but it's also important if we're going to have grounded conversations and to develop meaningful political strategies to be aware of the history and the spirits of the land that we're on. And I also think that it's really especially relevant to what's happening in this case. And that's because Jesse Neville, Penny Hess, and Chairman Omali Yeshitela are being prosecuted not because they've broken any federal laws, and certainly not because they're pawns of the Russians, but because they work tirelessly to empower communities at a grassroots level and to tell the truth as they see it. They recognize that the United States is a settler colonial power, and they insist, in accordance with international law, that self-determination is essential to the realization of all human rights. So if we put this, if we look back with this framework, we can remember, and I think we know, even though often our history isn't taught in these terms, that the earliest Anglo-American colonizers came to stay, right? They could not envision any form of shared governance, and instead they were determined to wipe out what was here already and establish a state over which they exerted total control. And to this day, they claim legitimacy based on raw power, not law. In 1823, the Supreme Court's Chief Justice, John Marshall, said in a case about indigenous land rights, conquest gives a title to which the courts of the conqueror cannot deny. And that's what we're dealing with here, right? We're dealing with the courts of the conqueror. This was okay, according to the court, in 1823, because the people whose rights have been wrested from them, so acknowledging, right, that their rights were taken, were wandering hordes held together only by ties of blood and habit, having neither laws or government beyond what's required in a savage state. In other words, racial subordination justified stealing the land and, of course, the labor that made the occupation profitable. As Justice Taney said in Dred Scott, the founders envisioned no rights for people of African descent. Americans were to be white, as Congress made perfectly clear in the 1790 Naturalization Act, which limited naturalized citizenship to, quote, free white persons. And this is a provision that was not completely taken out of the law until 1952. So the problem here, in sort of a big sense, is that there's no there, right? As Cherokee artist Jimmy Durham said, the United States is built on the denial of its original inhabitants. It's only a political entity, and its ideology is its culture. And this is why belief in a shared national identity that's often shorthanded as American values becomes sacrosanct. Stephen Salaita calls this imperative patriotism, where to dissent from the imagined mores of America is to forfeit identification as American. So those who are perceived as un-American aren't seen as deserving of legal or constitutional protections. I mean, if you just think about a couple of small examples, we didn't hear very much about the First Amendment rights of Colin Kaepernick or John Carlos and Tommy Smith at the Olympics or Muhammad Ali, right? They were deemed un-American. And so all of a sudden, the statements they were making were not First Amendment protected. they were un-American and therefore they could be attacked. And those who don't have legal protection, of course, quickly become targets of state violence. So this prosecution right now of the Uhuru Three is part of a long history in which those who challenge the settler colonial occupation or the racial hierarchy on which it depends are constructed as enemies of the state. A consistent theme in the suppression of political dissent is that those who disagree with government policy are labeled un-American and then accused of acting on behalf of foreign powers. We can go all the way back to the 1798 Alien and Sedition Acts, which the Federalists who put them in place claimed were necessary because the Jeffersonians, they said, were agents of France trying to bring the French Revolution's reign of terror to the United States. Since then, the government has often attacked labor organizers, political activists, pretty much anybody who is attacking or challenging the status quo by claiming that they promoted anarchism or communism or some other version of alien ideologies. In 1918, during World War I, we saw the Espionage Act criminalizing disloyal or abusive language about the United States, and the Sedition Act prohibited almost any criticism of the war or the government. And in that era, about 1,000 people were convicted for speech-related so-called crimes, but none for actual actions that were, espionage or sedition. The Alien Registration or Smith Act of 1940 extended the prohibitions on speech that were found in earlier sedition laws to peacetime, right? Before they were justified on the basis of, well, we're at war, so, we have to take extreme measures. But they were now extended to peacetime. And in the meantime, by the 30s, J. Edgar Hoover's FBI was targeting subversion, as he called it, around the country, prompted by a congressional investigation into so-called un-American activities. The Foreign Agents Registration Act, or FARA, was passed in 1938, allegedly to protect Americans from foreign propaganda. And then later in 1948, we got the version that we see in Section 951, which is at issue in this case. Some of the best known targets of these laws were W.E.B. Du Bois and the Peace Information Center, which was charged, all of them were charged in 1951 with acting as Russian agents because they were broadcasting global appeals to ban nuclear weapons. So we see very much of a parallel, right? So all of this whole sort of history of these attempts to use the legal system in this way, and much more, of course, set the stage for COINTELPRO, which was described by the Senate Select Committee as a sophisticated vigilante operation aimed squarely at preventing the exercise of First Amendment rights of speech and association on the theory that preventing the growth of dangerous groups and the propagation of dangerous ideas would protect the national security and deter violence. So this was a conclusion reached by the Senate Select Committee, the Church Committee. And as we know, a common COINTELPRO tactic was to bring false charges, knowing that they might not stand up in court, but in the meantime, the work of the targeted individuals or organizations would be derailed. And so these foreign agent or agents of foreign powers laws are just some of the tools that are used to accomplish this purpose. And these types of prosecutions were fairly dormant from about the mid-60s until 2015, for about 50 years. But since then, we've seen, as Lauren shared with us, a whole raft of prosecutions that have been used in a highly politicized manner. So what we're seeing here with the Uhuru Three is just another iteration of the case that was brought against Du Bois. And it's imperative that we contest it, as all of the other speakers have said. It threatens the life, the liberty, and the work of the Uhuru Three and their movement. But beyond that, it's setting an incredibly dangerous precedent. If we let this happen, as all the other speakers have said, right, any of us who challenge the government can be deemed agents of foreign powers, and on that basis denied the constitutional protections we rely on to think freely, to express our opinions, and to work for a better world. The settler state is intent on maintaining a colonial occupation. With this prosecution, I really see it as checking to see just how much repression we'll tolerate. And the longer we wait to respond, the harder it's going to be. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much,
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Zoe, you wanna go ahead? Wow, that was.
Yeah,
I just want to say she's absolutely right. This would be the greatest catastrophe that we would ever experience in our history if we take too long to respond. So we see that there are quite a few people responding here tonight. We really appreciate and welcome everyone for joining us. But go ahead, Zoe.
yeah, no, I just really want to appreciate that presentation from Attorney Taylor, Sayuto Taylor, and the whole analysis of those historically in this country who have expressed dissent, not deserving of legal protection, is so in line with the chairman's analysis that the First Amendment and free speech is never applied to African people because this whole country is a white nationalist state, and that was what its very foundation. So we do want to really appreciate that analysis because once again, U.S. is waging this counterinsurgency attack on the Black movement, just as it did in the 20s against the UNIA and Marcus Garvey, and just as it did in the 60s against the Black Panther Party. So we recognize the historical continuum here and really appreciate that more further in-depth analysis. So thank you so much. And Attorney Sayuto Taylor, thank you for all the solidarity and all the support in this historic counteroffensive. We were honored to have Attorney Jennifer Jones, lead counsel for Leonard Peltier, be with us tonight. We were very honored to have her. She is unfortunately, due to some urgent work that is happening around the struggle to free Leonard Peltier, Attorney Jones was not able to join us tonight. But she did send us a following statement, which Belinda is going to read for us. But I wanted to just also say that the Uhuru Movement has always had fraternal ties with indigenous organizations such as Unión del Barrio in San Diego, California, and the Leonard Peltier Defense Campaign, the now official ad hoc committee. And we stand in solidarity with the anti-colonial campaign to free Leonard Peltier. I also want to just say how much the Legal Defense Support Committee appreciates Attorney Jones's support and assistance and guidance because she stepped in to quite a few of our meetings and we really appreciate her. So I'll go ahead and allow Belinda to read Jennifer's statement.
Zoe, can you go ahead on and read it? I'm having a difficult time.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I gotcha. Okay. So this is the statement from Attorney Jones. She says, greetings to Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Chairperson Odom, Hess, and Neville. Thank you for inviting me to this convening discussion discussion about the legal and social implications of the prosecution of the Uhuru 3. I apologize that I could not be here with you today, but urgent legal movement matters have taken me away from this particular convening. I will see you on September 3rd. The Leonard Peltier legal team and official ad hoc committee send our solidarity, support, greetings, and love. We know that with every political indictment, political prosecution, unfair trial, disproportionately long sentences, neglect of medical care, and denials of release from prison, that the colonial system is ringing its own death knell by undermining its own so-called principles, rendering them transparently hollow, meaningless, and rotten, only but for the few it intended to include in the first place. In this and other ways, the Uhuru 3, Leonard Peltier, Mumia Abu Jamal, and so many others are already victorious. There is not so much to say about the First Amendment. As a legal practitioner, I know, like every one of my colleagues today, that it was never, ever intended for marginalized folks in the United States. It has been that way since Gloucester's Rebellion, and has been that way ever since, and will continue to be that way without our disruption. You cannot have a legal system which one had an entire code, black codes, or black laws, and expect that system to just to those very same people with a stroke of pen without the eradication of that system entirely. Yet there is a victory, more victory to come. The Uhuru Three will walk out of the United States District for the Middle District of Florida as free people, and together we will march in freedom, for freedom, hand in hand with Leonard, with Mamiya, and build a nation bound in common brotherhood and the power of love and unity, which has yet to fail. Again, we wish our colleague, the Uhuru Three legal team, well. We stand with the Uhuru Three and will continue to do so until freedom is entirely theirs. Free Leonard, free Mamiya, Uhuru. Thank you.
Uhuru,
So, Uhuru.
Thank you.
Yeah,
we appreciate those powerful words from Attorney Jones, Jennifer Jones. And also, we appreciate the support and her guidance she has provided for the Legal Defense Support Committee in this whole matter. She has been have given us phenomenal support. Now it is my honor to introduce Penny Hess. Is the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, the organization of white people. Wow, that feels so good for me to say, because I have a deep love for you, Penny. I have a deep-rooted love for you, because when I can say that the organization of white people under the direction and the leadership of the African Socialist Party, working for reparation to the African people. Penny Hess has been a member of the African Socialist, the African People's Socialist Committee since its founding by the party in 1976. Wow. Penny is the author of the book, Overturning the Culture of Violence. She is one of the Uhuru Three. Welcome, Penny. Welcome, welcome.
Oh,
Uhuru. Uhuru, I love you, my sister. You are awesome. You are just a breath of fresh air, and I am so excited for you to even be here with us tonight with your busy schedule. So go right ahead, Penny. Take it away.
Uhuru, thank you so much. I'm very honored by your introduction, Belinda Parker Brown, and just really salute you and just the incredible leader that you are. It's an honor to have you here. It's an honor to be here. And I want to salute all of the more than 100 people who are on tonight, who are standing with Chairman Omali Yeshitela and standing with the Uhuru Three. Many new names who I don't know, I don't recognize. I salute all of you who are on tonight. This is the last webinar of Hands Off Uhuru before the trial, which begins on September 3rd, and before the August 31st rally that's going to be here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Everybody's got to be there. Get your tickets, get in your car, come here, be here August 31st and September 3rd. I want to salute the lawyers and the incredible attorneys and my specific attorney, Attorney Goodman, but they work as a team. Mutaki Akbar, Addie Griffin, and Leonard Goodman, Angela Rainey, and Tom Inskeep. Just an amazing, amazing, powerful legal team that we have. I salute Jennifer Jones, by the way, and the whole struggle to free Leonard Peltier. I salute Chairman Omali, who has led Hands Off Uhuru for over 2 years. And Lauren, just really want to appreciate all the work you did to get attention for this case. Natsu, just for your powerful support and brilliant analysis of colonialism and the law. And I want to say that I salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who has fought fiercely for the liberation of Africa and African people and all oppressed and colonized people and everyone in every form of oppression for his entire adult life, since he was a very young person in the 1960s. And again, I salute all of you who are here tonight and who are standing to say they cannot put a finger on Chairman Omali Yeshitela, that we will stand as a barrier against any attacks against him. And I do recognize that I, as one of the Uhuru Three, and Comrade Jesse, who is also part of the African People's Solidarity Committee, are under attack as part of the attack on Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party and the African Liberation Movement. I also want to salute my leadership, Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela. I always have to mention her because her office carries out the building of these powerful economic institutions of the African People's Socialist Party, especially in North St. Louis, but not just there. I mean, the party is an organization all over the world, in many countries in Africa, in the Caribbean, in Europe, and in many, many cities throughout the US. It is a worldwide movement that says that African people must be free. And when we look at the reality that this country is built on the attack and on Africa, the kidnapping of African human beings and the theft of their labor and resources now for over 600 years, then, you know, we see the reality of colonialism inside the borders of the United States, a stolen land in which genocide was popularly carried out against the indigenous people with the unity and participation of the white population of this country. Then, you know, we have to look at this reality of colonialism that is here today. Attorney Goodman, and, you know, I just want to say one thing. The chairman has given incredible political leadership to this legal strategy. So it is not the law, you know, dealing with the law outside of the whole political context of the struggle of African people who have no control over law. Then that can only happen when Africa is liberated, when African resources are returned to African people and they have self-determination, which is the right to create their own laws. And they say that this attack on the chairman and the Uhuru Three, but it's certainly the chairman, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, they call it a canary in the coal mine. And, you know, I realize maybe everybody doesn't know what that means, but a canary in, you know, miners who went down in the mines took canaries with them because there were deadly gases way down deep in the earth as they're stealing these resources that belong to the indigenous people. But so they would bring a canary, and if a canary died due to then the other miners, the miners would be able to know that they were going to die too, so they have to get out because these deadly gases are present. And so, you know, I think that when people are saying that the case of the Uhuru Three is the canary in the coal mine, it does mean, in a sense, that this is the test case, and that if Chairman Omali Yeshitela is convicted, there will not be the First Amendment as we know it in this country. It will be forever broken. It will be forever transformed into something that is very clearly the First Amendment only for white people. But I also want to say that I believe, as a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee, the organization of white people under the leadership, as Belinda Parker Brown said, of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, with the mandate to go into the white community and take this understanding of parasitism, that we live in a system in which white people have resources only because of the suffering and theft and murder that we have inflicted on African people, indigenous people, and peoples on the planet Earth. There is nothing pristine about what we have. Everything we have is dripping in the blood of African, indigenous, Palestinian people and oppressed people around the world. So, you know, it's more than the canary in the coal mine, because we have a responsibility on principle to defend the African liberation movement, because white people historically have betrayed that movement, have been complicit with it. The white left, instead of standing in genuine solidarity with the right of African people to struggle for their freedom and to be free. So it is, we want to go beyond the principle of the canary in the coal mine. We want to take this stand as well. And I want to say, make it clear that, again, that I am the chair of the African People Solidarity Community, the organization of white people formed by the chairman in 1976. And our mandate is to win reparations to African people, to return the stolen resources, and to go into the white community with this message that the African liberation movement and the understanding of the world through the eyes of the colonized, the African and the oppressed people, is in our interest to be able to see. And this is the only way that we can see it, is to be organized under the leadership and part of the strategy for African liberation. The chairman was attacked. I think that the whole question of Ukraine may have been a catalyst in a certain way, but I think that the deeper reason for the attacks on the chairman is his stand against colonialism and his anti-colonial struggle and fight for the right of African and indigenous people. And they want to give a life sentence to the chairman, because 15 years is the sentence that we would get on these bogus charges that we have. The chairman has always known that he is going up against the colonial state, and he has always known what the price would be, and has been, and has just the integrity and the fearlessness to stand there. And that we have to recognize from the white community that the law is colonial law. The law in this country is to reinforce colonialism and the power and property rights and everything else of the white colonizing population at the expense of African people and indigenous people whose land this is, indigenous people who have been pushed into what's called reservations on their own land as the most impoverished sector of all the peoples inside the US. And that law is for the colonizers. Law is for white people. It facilitates the suppression, this colonialism that we're talking about. And the chairman talks about how colonialism is above the law. It's where a whole people has the power of life and death over the oppressed people. And, just the reality of history in which no white person was ever convicted or went to prison or even went to trial or anything for the more than 10,000 terrorism attacks called lynchings that white people carried out in this country. That was legal. That was legal for white people to do. And we know, I just want to say that we do acknowledge COINTELPRO, that is one of the forums of the US government's attack on the right of, on the struggles of African and indigenous peoples inside the borders of the US. It is one of many, and that was legal. They carried it out, under the law. So I just want to say to white people that this is a struggle for anti-colonial free speech. We have to defend that. We have to recognize that African people have a right to struggle for their freedom, and that, that this is the way that we can join in solidarity with African people and the people on the planet Earth. And we support Chairman Omali Yeshitela. It puts us in a relationship of solidarity with the right of the Palestinian people, the right of people in Venezuela and Nicaragua and all throughout Africa to struggle for their freedom and liberation, and to end our allegiance to this colonial state, and to be able to join the future of this planet. So this is what the chairman represents. He represents the future for all of us. I know that a lot of white people are here because we want to see a world in which white people can have a positive relationship to African people, indigenous people. How do we do that? We do that under the leadership of the African Liberation Movement. Then it's not charity, it's not a favor, it's genuine reparations, the return of the stolen resources, and a principled relationship. It's our self-criticism to African people that lets us join the world. So, you know, this is the time we want to end our self-imposed isolation from the rest of the world. The future of humanity is here in African resistance, Palestinian, and the resistance of the peoples on the planet Earth. Hands off Uhuru, hands off Africa, all out. August 31st, we're gonna have a huge rally here in St. Petersburg, Florida, under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru Movement. Gotta be here on that Saturday, all out to the trial, which begins at Tampa Federal Court on September 3rd. Uhuru, and unity through.
Uhuru, unity through reparations. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Penny. And this is
All right, Uhuru, reparations now, hands off. Wow, what an incredible broadcast today. So as we come close to wrapping up today's broadcast, we want to share with our audience the revolutionary cultural offerings of artists who stand united with the call to protect free speech and defend the Uhuru 3. So we're really excited to bring you hip hop artist Zenobia Spencer, poet Rebecca Butterfly Vaughns, poet Grace Jones, and comedian Aunt Polium. Coming up now. Enjoy. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. I'm Zenobia Spencer, a performing hip hop artist, also known as Queen Zenobia. I'm in total solidarity with the Hands Off Uhuru, Protect Free Speech movement. We can and will achieve Black power in our lifetimes. This song here is called Black and Bruised. Yeah. But we don't need to be black and bruised. We can set our own future. We want our own peace, dignity to build a prosperous life. You know what I'm saying? Come on, y'all. Mama told me that it'd be brighter days, but instead they putting us in whiter graves. Cause I'm black, you're looking at me sideways, always getting stopped, chopped, blocked up on the highway. Law set in place, could never have it my way, where I lay down on the ground, getting beat down like a clown for a square. I can't breathe, ain't got no air. Don't just sit there and stare at the image in the mirror as I jog. You feel the fear. Now why'd you have to go to grab your gun in the rear? Oh, Johnny dear, what's going on with the lineup? Your crime suck. Arising now because your time's up. Watch where you step before your mind bust explode. From all the lies you done told, Your Honor, now you're sitting in a cold sauna, blue smurf. Retire with Obama, no more drama, I'm feeling blues. Because I'm born black and now I'm feeling blues. And I done sat up here and paid up all my dues. And I done got my family sitting in the pews, looking at the sight of morning dew, I'm feeling bruised. Because I'm born black and now I'm feeling blues. And I done sat up here and paid up all my dues. And I done got my family sitting in the pews, looking at the sight of morning dews, I'm feeling bruised. Yeah, used and abused. From the injury of your old damn shoes. You're picking with the chosen few, and you done gave us a taste of memories that don't erase. And a bad foot chase and bad policies in place. There's nothing here to investigate, and there's no shame here. All game here, all lame here, black and blue, all lame here, Queen Zenobia, no dame here. I remain near the truth. 13 years old and not bulletproof as I raise the roof while at the voting booth. 5-0 lounging, surrounding and pounding while I'm left frowning at a cop defect that we select. It's time to eject them people because they infected. Come on, comrades, let's rep this. I'm feeling bruised because I'm born black and now I'm feeling blues. And I just sat up here and paid up all my dues. And now they got my family sitting in the pews, looking at the sight of morning dew. I'm feeling bruised because I'm born black and now I'm feeling blues. And I done sat up here and paid up all my dues. And now they got my family sitting in the pews, looking at the sight of morning dew. Yes, we should have the right to freedom of speech. We should have the right to have international friends, comrades, and allies across the world. Black power in our lifetime, it's not a joke. We are in solidarity. I am in solidarity. Hands off Uhuru, hands off Chairman. Protect freedom of speech so we don't end up black and bruised. That's that piece. Uhuru in my lifetime.
Uhuru, 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 I stand. Uhuru, 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 I stand. This here poet, spoken word artist, Rebecca Butterfly Bonds, stand in solidarity. Hands off, Uhuru. I repeat, hands off, Uhuru. I repeat, hands off, Uhuru. Incarceration. Prison walls is no place for 3 individuals who are only doing what is right by their people. Interesting enough, that the inception of Amendment 1 didn't even have us in mind, because at that time, we, the beautiful shades of brown, were still captive in that of slavery. Incarceration, prison walls should be for those individuals committing detrimental crimes, crimes against children, human sex trafficking, killing of individuals, because no man or woman should kill another human being. Interesting enough, they never lied when they say that the more things change, the more they remain the same. This is almost again in 2024, but rewind. Malcolm, Martin, and Medgar, 3 black men who were in the fight for the equality and justice for us as a people, black people. And no, I won't get on the bandwagon of the white people, because I give appreciation for those white people who stand with us as well, knowing that right is right and wrong is wrong. Uhuru, 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 Uhuru. I stand, I stand, I stand in solidarity. Hands off, Uhuru. Drop the charges on Uhuru 3. The black community needs those 2 kings and queens to continue doing the work that they have been doing. The audacity that you want to silence their voices. Uhuru, Uhuru, Uhuru.
They drew a line in the sand. They separated us and took away the water. They stripped us of everything down to our sons and daughters. The sounds we heard made our ears bleed from the strikes of mortar. They played our backs we bleed. Looking up to the sky, hoping and praying that we could be free, even if we had to die, will be a good thing. Oh yes, it will be a good thing. We are tired of our families swinging from the necks from old oak trees. Our mothers and fathers forced to work the fields. Scorching hot sun penetrated their skin so deeply down to their souls they felt heat. down to their spirits, they wanted to be free. They sang old spiritual melodies so our minds can defeat the mistreat. Go many days without a rest, and most times we didn't eat. We placed our babies under shade trees so that we can nourish and feed masses, baby, and tend to masses, family. Oh, when I sit alone, I think how life could be to be free. Will my unborn child resemble the family that kept me in captivity? With their blood, my child will know a two-sided story. Along with that, my seed will automatically know that his skin runs skin deep. But if he run, he will be castrated, mutilated, tortured, or beat. They ripped us open physically and mentally. Nothing was free but our work. Nothing was free but the King James Version of the Bible. By night, I was his dumping field. He would fill me up with his evil sins. One child after the next was handpicked by the shade of their skin and placed up for bid or used as a guinea pig. By day, he would taunt me and make me his footstool over and over and over again. This life that I was living was hell sent. This life that I was given was passed down of a legacy with no end. So let's begin to heal. Let's begin to break the shackles around our necks to be able to free the next of kin. Break the shackles around our wrists and reach one of them. Break the shackles around our feet and walk with confidence, because now we know to put this devil to an end. Now we know where we are going. One step at a time. We just have to. We just have to. We just have to begin.
The First Amendment is on trial, and free speech is under attack. As a comedian, it's important to me to be able to tell my story, my truth, my way, and in my own words. My name is Ant, and I stand in solidarity with Hands Off Uhuru and drop the charges against the Uhuru 3.
All right, Uhuru. Well, welcome back to the official broadcast of the Uhuru 3 free speech trial, the U.S. government versus the Uhuru 3. We're wrapping up here at the end of the day. Again, I'm Stephanie Midler, a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition Steering Committee. And just want to remind you that we have ongoing programming this week as the trial continues. I want to thank everyone for joining us. You can participate in this campaign, whether you're in the Tampa Bay area and can go to the trial and help pack the courtroom. That is a huge priority for this week. If you are not in that area, though, you can still participate by participating in the call-in campaign. You can go to handsoffuhuru.org and find all the details for the call-in campaign right at the top of the homepage on the big green button. And you can also participate by using the social media toolkit to share the information about this campaign with your base, with your friends, your family, your organization. I also want to make sure that you know that the Spanish language trial update will be at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and the French language trial update will be at 2 a.m. Eastern time, which is 8 a.m. in France. Both of those broadcasts will be live here on Burning Spear YouTube channel. So I want to just again thank everyone for joining us today and remind you we're going to be back live tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern time with more updates. I understand we may have some interview footage from today's trial, so look forward to that, more analysis, more classic presentations, and much more on the official broadcast of the free speech trial of the century. So thank you for joining. Hands off and Uhuru.